Mr. Espegard? Dr. Johnstead?
Here.
Ms. Hoffer?
Here.
Mr. Hoffer?
Here.
Mr. Morton?
Here.
Dr. Munsky?
Present.
Ms. Nesset? Here. Ms. Reichert? Here. Mr. Shaft?
And did Dwayne actually, Dwayne, are you present?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
Dwayne, are you present? Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Okay, we're getting some feedback from phone line. Dwayne, would you please mute? Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Okay. Before we approve the minutes for our meetings, I do want to make an announcement in that I would like to thank Dr. Terry Jelmstead for giving me this piece of wood for my gavel, because every time I'm in Bismarck, I hit the glass table and they thought I was going to break it. So I will use this from now on, so thank you very much. And it's handmade. Trust me, you can tell. Okay. Could I have a motion to approve the minutes for November 21st, November 26th, and January 17th, please?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, Christie?
Mr. Shaft?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset? Yes. Mr. Hoffer?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Johnstead?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert? Yes. Mr. Espegard? Mr. Espegard?
Yes.
President Diedrich?
Yes. Thank you. Okay. Second item on the agenda is actually the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second it.
Discussion?
Dr. Johnstead?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffer?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert? Yes. Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Espegard? Mr. Espegard? Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
President Diedrich?
Yes. Okay. All right, third item on the agenda is, I think we're supposed to switch this to the board chair's report. We'll start to get used to that. Dwayne, would you please mute your phone? Okay, thank you. I have a few comments as we start today, a day that is very full on our agenda, and a day that I hope will be very productive for the board. We last met for a special meeting on January 17th to discuss a somewhat controversial pathways to student success. It was a healthy discussion, allowing all board members to express their opinions about the North Dakota University system moving forward with this plan to help students reach their educational goals. There was complete agreement among board members about our commitment to student success. It was wonderful to hear the passion expressed as each member talked about their hopes and dreams for the future of higher education. However, there appears to be numerous interpretations about the goals of the plan and how it should be implemented, and these will be addressed later on today. On another note, we have had so many great things going on at our universities and in our system. Today, we'll hear about a few of them. We'll hear what's happening with the unmanned aerial systems, how we're helping students with substance abuse and mental health issues, and we'll hear about what's on the horizon in distance education and open textbook usage. We'll also hear from the presidents about what's happening on their campuses. And I'm not going to address any of these because I don't want to steal their thunder, and I hopefully that when they address the board, they will share all their successes with us. But for the communities who are not on the listserv, I would like to share that our communications department at the university system has really been working hard to improve our communications and ensure the transparency that I am so committed to. We have now moved from the old PDF newsletter that we used to send out after board meetings to a new electronic newsletter and blog that is sent in advance of the meetings. If you haven't seen it, I encourage you to visit blog.ndus.edu for the latest news from the board, the system office, and our campuses. I'd also like to encourage you to check out ndchoose.com. This is an exciting new resource for high school students, their parents, and high school counselors, and was a collaborative effort of the public affairs representatives at the system office and all of our colleges and universities. It is a website that is dedicated to helping students find the North Dakota college or university that clicks with them. Using cutting-edge technology, ndchoose.com meets students where they already are, online, and provides them with interactive tools to make choosing a college easier. Now, with the launch of ndchoose, the system office also launched its social media efforts to attract students and has seen some dramatic results. In January, the average daily reach of the NDUS Facebook page is 1,916 people, and the page likes have increased 280%, and the number of people who engaged with our page has increased by 1,777% since January 1st. Now, speaking of engaging, I'd also like to mention some wonderful opportunities we've had to engage with people who really care about education in our state. The Interim Higher Education Funding Committee, chaired by Representative Sanford, met this month in Fargo to hear about research, activities at our universities, intellectual property rights, and commercialization. I would like to thank Representative Sanford for his leadership on this committee. Also, Chancellor Scogan, Dr. Cowan, and I met with Kirsten Basler, Superintendent of Department of Public Instruction, and Representative Sanford and Nathy and Senator Flackhall the other night for dinner in what I think was an historic moment. In closing, let me extend my sincere gratitude to President Darling and his staff members and the community who welcomed us, fed us, and took the time to get to know us during our visit to Devil's Lake. We've had a fantastic time. With that, I will close and ask Dr. Scogan to share his comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll get used to calling you that now.
Okay.
Madam Chair. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually going to just start with some very brief opening remarks, and then I thought what I would do is turn my update into updates from a lot of staff that have been working on a lot of issues for you and can provide you updates on a number of initiatives that are going on across the university system. First, I just want to second to thank you to President Darling and to his faculty and staff, and particularly to Corey and Kristen Kenner, who opened their home last night for us, and we had a marvelous time, a chance to get to know each other better and to exchange on a social level. So I appreciate that very much. I also want to thank Bismarck State College. You see all sorts of technology around in front of you, and each board meeting, it seems that they've enhanced our ability to provide this streaming live around the entire state. I suppose you could say around the entire globe, but nevertheless, people around the state. And what we're finding out is that more and more news media folks are actually plugging into this. And I know Lyndon Donlan, during our meetings, will start getting emails from various news sources because they're watching us live. And as questions come up, they can email her and ask questions and ask for handouts that we're putting out and stuff like that. So this is about as open and transparent as you can get. The latest update is the microphone that each of you have in front of you that is part of the whole system that plugs into the local audio system, but also then is used for the live streaming. So if just a quick moment of training here, if you look at it and there's a little red light lit that means that you are on. If you push the on-off button, the light goes off, then you don't have to worry about people picking up any side conversations or whatever you're doing. So it works sort of like what we see at the state legislature. So we appreciate Bismarck State College bringing all this equipment here, making sure that we have a uniform methodology and technology to present each board meeting as we meet each time, and it takes a deliberate effort on their part, and we appreciate that very much. I also, in my comments, I'm really asking a question here, and not for discussion today, but please get back to me. The last 3 board meetings we've had, what I've tried to do, being respectful of the time of your presidents, many of who have to travel long distance, and yourselves that have to travel long distance, is we're trying to do this in one-day format. So your presidents meet in the Chancellor's Cabinet in the morning, and then this meeting starts at 1 o'clock. So I had a conversation with the president this morning on how well that's working out. So I need some feedback from you as well. If having the afternoon meeting works for you, just please send me an email, let me know what you're thinking, so that as we plan the next board meeting, we can plan it accordingly. So the format may change, but we will continue. The board meeting itself will be in this same format and still streamed and everything else. It's just whether or not we try to do all this in one day like we've been doing. And so I just appreciate knowing from folks whether they like it or not. So now what I'd like to do is turn this report over to a number of staff that will give a series of reports to you. The first is Mr. Rick Tonder. Rick is hired now as part of the North Dakota University System team, and I thank President Kelly and UND for giving him us. We, of course, did a search for someone that could manage our master system planning and our facility planning on a system-wide level. And Rick comes to us with many years of experience doing this, and he hit the ground running. And so today he's going to give you an update. And just for background, you might remember that during the last legislative session, we were appropriated $1 million to develop a system-wide master plan. And so Rick has been working very diligently on that. He'll talk about the task force that he put together to do that. And that will give you an update of where we are in that initiative at this time. So Rick, over to you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Chancellor, thank you and howdy. I'm going to get this loaded up here and go over our status to date on the North Dakota University System Act. So if you bear with me while I grab this. Looks like I have to grab somebody else's. And our 2014 NDUS Master Plan, which you're first your neck. Thank you. The first thing to recognize, of course, is the steering committee, who, other than me, are already employed full-time with other things, and so hats off to David Clark, Mike Ellingson, my boss Laura, Dick Jenkins at Minot, Joshua Reedy at UND, and then special thanks to David Newman, who we retained to help us with the request for proposals. David's out of the University of Virginia, where he's their architect and chief planning officer. And with that, our consultant selection is complete. In other words, we retain the services of a consultant. We solicited qualifications back in November. We had 5 respondents. 4 of them cleared the hurdle as far as meeting qualifications. And on December 19th, we interviewed the 4 candidates and selected Pollyann and Associates out of Denver, Colorado, to complete our master plan for us. And This presentation's in two general parts. The first part, of course, is that scope of work, what we've asked them to do, and then the nuts and bolts about what they will do. And in that first portion, what we wanted to establish right away were guiding principles. Guiding principles for us to take and instruct the consultant, but also develop the scope of work. So, as you can see, transparency and involvement among the stakeholders, the 11 institutions, was a top priority. Recognition that our institutions are unique. Consideration of those solutions that individually evaluate the institutions versus a broad brush approach. Information and results that inspire trust in figures or numbers. Plans and solutions. And then solutions that properly recognize and address changing state and student needs, recognizing the differences in institutional size and demographics, and then finally, it adds value to the existing information and processes and results. So with that, our scope of work with the master plan. The first component, the building condition assessment, reviewing current processes used by the institution to assess that condition, and it includes the IT component and heating plant infrastructure. Prepare methods and using current best practices, instruct our institutional staff or retained consultants on how to conduct these evaluations. Develop a method to ascertain major deferred maintenance projects that can be used by our institutional staff. And in the end, that helps us identify top priorities for deferred maintenance that should be completed. And then develop a common agreed upon method or formula for establishing deferred maintenance by campus. Space utilization is another component of the master plan where we will be analyzing instructional space, and the limit here is analyzing instructional space because that is the data that we have available through an existing software component ad astra. In addition to Connect ND information, our consultant will be able to use this data to determine how well we use our space for instruction, and also to analyze our existing research space. And in our discussion this morning, I learned that benchmarking isn't always a good descriptor for what we're trying to accomplish here. It refers, let's say, to something that is a standard that may not apply to us. So what we'll be doing, of course, is finding industry standards, but they might not necessarily be a benchmark for New Jersey. Instead, we want to establish benchmarks for North Dakota. And that is in regard to revenue generation and other appropriate research-related measures. Review and make recommendations on future North Dakota University System facility, information technology, and infrastructure improvements based upon those trends: enrollment, research, statewide demographic trends, the pedagogical trends, funding, workforce needs in North Dakota, and then potential shared learning delivery methods. And please don't hesitate to interrupt me if there's a question or something comes to mind. Getting to the nuts and bolts of how the consultant will actually perform this task, the first two steps are the demographic analysis and the workforce and program alignment. Our goals here for the demographic analysis is to highlight how population changes impact higher education in North Dakota over the next 10 to 15 years, and if sufficient data is available, to allow that to drill down to the institutions and translate to the institutional level. Our process for that will be to analyze headcounts and full-time enrollment, request demographic data from institutions, analyze population forecasts, analyze high school attendance patterns, and create a model that calculates the degree production gap between current and projected as required to fill North Dakota jobs. And I added as a brief footnote, in 2010, Georgetown University Center for Education and Workforce, they projected 72% of the North Dakota workforce will need some education beyond high school by 2000. I wonder where we're at today, 4 years later. And two, there's quite a bit of information already there in terms of production that we hope to gather together instead of reinventing the wheel. For our workforce analysis and program alignment, our goal is to estimate any unmet workforce needs based upon the supply of recent graduates, assumed growth and capacity of existing institutions, and future enrollment trends. We'll be going through that by reviewing the current North Dakota University System plans, our funded projects and institutional program offerings. We will get out a shovel and mine the extensive job service statewide databases that give us information on employment, utilizing modern software solutions, scan for job data in the system, and then on a regional basis that might reach beyond the borders. Compile judgments from state and regional economic development experts, and compile data by industry and occupational criteria. Identify areas of undersupply of graduates relative to the current demand is our final process. More nuts and bolts facility data and analysis, and this doesn't apply to the call it the deferred maintenance component, the parts and pieces of a building, but instead the classroom information and other space-related information. I put on there 2 examples of classroom that each institution has a different definition of classrooms. For Williston, that lower photo with the firemen and the tanks is probably a much more appropriate description of some of their classroom needs, whereas for some of the R1 and other universities, a traditional classroom or a STEM-type classroom is much more appropriate in terms of definition. So we have a great number of classroom types and styles to evaluate and subsequently determine how well we're using those spaces. So our goals here, understand the differences in square feet per student for educational and general space, identify potential capacity by institutional classification, meaning university, college, research, suggest space guidelines which support new learning environments. And our process for doing that, to collect and analyze existing space information, compare and benchmark according to institutional mission and classification, visual observations where we'll actually visit the various sites, and then open discussions with the institutional representatives. For new shared learning delivery methods and classroom utilization analysis, our goals identify the opportunities for shared learning delivery, link findings to space modeling depending upon the percentage of courses and full-time enrollment, calculate weekly room hours and weekly student contact hours for each institution, and then compare utilization rates and recommend utilization parameters. Our process for that, we'll be requesting core data and amount of online learning generated by each campus. We'll analyze and compare that to national studies, and we'll obtain classroom data from the University System Ad-Astra program, which retains all that information, and then compare our findings to other studies conducted by the consultant. On the deferred maintenance life cycle assessment, you'll notice the piggy bank and the hammer, and these are expensive items. And so I wanted to illustrate here that process-wise, we might not be able to boil down to exact, to-the-penny descriptions of what our deferred maintenance is. It might be a much more global approach to that simply because of the enormity of the task. So there's some industry jargon here too, and if you have questions or I'm not being clear on it, please back me up. The process mapping services, that's basically, okay, laying out a method of doing what we do in terms of evaluating deferred maintenance. And then capital planning program, referring to capital planning on the replace the street, replace the curb and gutter, and not so much pointing to new facilities per se. The goals here are to identify what is working well and what is not at each institution, compare and contrast variations in existing reporting methods, develop roadmaps and strategies for evaluating this deferred maintenance and other items of interest, and then again produce a final report. The process for that, conduct a situation analysis at each institution. So our consultants will be visiting each campus beginning here in just a few weeks. We will consolidate data from each campus into a single format. We'll determine program goals and objectives for each institution, analyze that information, and then develop the methodology of determining deferred maintenance. System life cycle assessment, basically the buildings and how long they're good for, and should they stay standing or should they be replaced. Basically prepare a system life cycle assessment on those selected buildings. We'll visit the campus, choose a few buildings to use as samples, establish a method to determine capital expenditure needs over time, establish facility condition index, FCI. You'll see that more and more as this master plan evolves. for selected buildings and then produce a final report. To do so, we gather base building information for those selected buildings. We kick off meetings with institutional representatives so we understand what they're doing, gather specific information on the systems they operate, and then calculate values and then create that facility condition index. Reviewing institution master plans. It's my belief that the existing master plans that the institutions are producing are solid plans, that they contain a lot of solid information, and they may need tweaking here and there to make them all seem alike, or at least be working from the same playbook. And so to do that, we've asked the consultant to review those plans, the most current. So the goal here to understand consistency in the analysis of physical planning processes. Make specific recommendations on plan analyses, content, and standardization moving forward. Individual, consistent master plans become a key component for our system-wide planning as a result. And so our process for this, review newer master plans for each institution, evaluate for best practices, and there's a lot of best practices out there, clarify and establish most appropriate path for content, and then integrate our findings with current system plan effort, the big picture. Research and development issues and IT infrastructure. The goals on the research and development side identify areas for potential growth and develop a dollar-based metric or a team-based metric based on the best fit for North Dakota. The process for doing this, obtain research space inventory for major research institutions and others where there's pockets of research possibly. We'll analyze the expenditures and the assigned space, and then finally evaluate research overhead and potential. And again, something of a personal objective here is that research is a good investment. It's one of our best investments for the state, and we want to demonstrate how well that works. And so part of our goal in the master planning process is to show how that indeed does happen. IT infrastructure. Recommendations on potential consolidation of staff, recommendations on potential consolidations of hardware. And for here, it's my, pointing out carefully, we've retained with Pollyann, Vantage Consulting, who will participate in our team visits. They'll review existing information, and they'll provide recommendations and a framework of action if needed. So not to be judgmental about whether there's changes needed or if there's some adjustment required, but instead let's look at it closely and then provide you with information on potential action items. Finally, the nuts and bolts about our meetings, the statewide coordination necessary, our draft documentations, final reports, and our schedule. I love to point out our native bird, our state bird, the meadowlark, and our flower. And I also gave President Prashani a plug for the bison, although you might not be able to see them up in the corner there. Our goals: understand current capital issues, understand building condition evaluation process at each institution, understand current range of building conditions, update the State Board of Higher Education, Chancellor, and Presidents with draft reports so that we're sure this is transparent and all-inclusive. Institution presidents have already identified a primary contact for me so that we have an individual at each campus that will be working with us on the master plan. The contacts will coordinate information and visits at the campus level. Site visits to each institution will be scheduled, and they're already being scheduled now as far as general time frames. We'll be meeting with the institution presidents. We'll be conducting meetings with the administrative, academic, financial, and physical plant leadership, and then visit selected buildings for evaluation. We'll collate and compile all this information to develop an informed capital plan with a prioritized list of state projects, and developing that on an institutional basis, saying, here's good guidelines for developing these plans. And then meet with the Chancellor's Cabinet once again to review report drafts and final reports. Our preliminary report is due in April of 2014, final report in May of 2014. There's our general schedule. We're already at the end of January. and we have lots of work to do in collating information in February. Our campus visits are essentially set up for mostly in March, and then of course our draft reports due April, May, and final presentation in the month of June. And that's it. Any questions? Oh, here's a
Board members, any questions?
Madam Chair, thank you, Rick, for the presentation. I just want to make sure that in this process, and at least in the final product, a couple of preliminary items are addressed. I was a part of this discussion when it was first baking a little bit, and some of it came out of some legislative discussions. And, sorry. And two of the primary areas are deferred maintenance and the capital projects. And the deferred maintenance component, really when we were having initial discussions, was driven by discussions amongst legislators that we come in, we ask that the legislature appropriate a certain amount of dollars for deferred maintenance. But we don't really have a way of tracking what happens during the biennium with those deferred maintenance dollars. So as a system, at least as far as I know, we don't have the ability to come in and say X amount was allocated to X institution over the biennium. And if we were pressed, we don't really have the ability to come in and demonstrate to the legislature during the next round, this is how we spent that money on deferred maintenance. And there was some concern that perhaps there's duplication of those dollars, or at least whatever is allocated towards campus deferred maintenance, it's actually getting accomplished. So one of the things we were looking for is at least some discussion as to, is there a component there that would give us as a board during the legislative process to track what we've done deferred maintenance. And it might already exist at the campus level, but I just don't know if we've gotten to the point where we know how to glean that if we needed to. So that's one area that I'm hoping is a part of the discussion. The second is capital projects. And that discussion really began about 3 sessions ago when we started to recognize that the dollars we were requesting from the legislature for capital projects, it was increasing significantly, and of course underscored by this last session where we almost doubled our typical appropriation. And with that, there was the discussion that we as a board and the process that we use to approve capital projects, I don't know if there's ever been a real comfort level in how we do this. We get into the budget process. The campuses typically make a presentation to us with their top 2 or 3 projects. We've fiddled with that process a bit over the years. I think for years, I don't know if she's here, but Laura used to put a hard hat on and run around to the campuses and try to give us some information. But I don't think we've ever felt that we've had a good handle that if President X comes forward and says these are our top 3 priorities, and then we have all of the priorities laid out in front of us, really that we have a good solid method of ranking our projects. I mean, we've gone through where each board member is given a list of projects and we rank them by number and we run that through and there's our top group. But it's a very imperfect science. And so we were primarily interested when these master plan discussions came about is that we get some guidance as to what is a really good process for us, what might be utilized in other systems for coming up with capital projects. It's gone okay for us, but we just never know when we get down to that group of 10 that we're really fighting for with the legislature, you know, how did we really come to that group of 10? You know, and usually we do okay, but I don't think there's ever been that comfort level that as a board we would like in that process. And so those are 2 areas that I'm hoping the final report at least has some recommendation or some discussion for board consideration.
Madam Chair, Mr. Grant, members of the board, Chancellor, I think the the planning process is one whereby there's criteria for each institution that can develop, that there's criteria for each institution developed a list of priorities, but when it comes to actual recommendations to the board and your evaluation of it, instead of having recommendations for you, it might be important for you to have a good tool set of information that allows you to make better decisions. And I think that's where we should steer it.
Right.
Giving you the ability to evaluate the projects, but do it in a way that you're probably not eating your children. In other words, you're pointing to, okay, what is the structure here of going forward that makes the most sense in the recommendation? And that's a tool set we have to bring you. So that's something that the consultant can help us with, giving the chancellor and the state board the required, for lack of a better term, screwdriver and pliers to assess that information.
And mindful in that process that we oftentimes get stuck in a time crunch because we're in the midst of our budget process, and we usually will call a special meeting just for the purpose of the presidents presenting their capital projects, and we get a pile of very nice looking brochures, and everybody's limited to 5, 10, 15 minutes to tell us what they need. You've been a part of that, of course. And most of us don't have time to go through all of that. And the next thing you know, we're putting together our priority list. And so I think you're on the right track, that we do need those tools, but also to be mindful that we don't all want to turn into architects and engineers either. But at least that at the end of the day, we have a comfort level that with the large dollar figures we're proposing to the legislature, that you know, at least we've got our arms around what, you know, how these came up from the campuses, and we can defend them if we need to.
That would be our goal as well.
Thank you. Ms. Reichert.
Thanks, and thank you, Mr. Conner. I really appreciate, you know, a couple things about this. One, you know, this notion of bringing consistency to, you know, to how all of these projects are evaluated. But the one thing I didn't see in the list of guiding principles, and you know, maybe it's implicit throughout, is the word efficiency. And I guess, you know, my question would be is, you know, as we talk about a university system, and this being a system-wide plan, I know there's, you know, some references to each individual institution, and I know when we were approving deferred maintenance this spring, I asked the question of Laura. I think she had made a comment that, you know, with our deferred maintenance, there's this assumption, of course, that every school gets X number of dollars. And I thought to myself, well, why is that? Isn't there a master plan where if it turns out that all the money really is needed on one campus, we would allocate it there. And so I don't really see that in this approach. Maybe it's just I'm not seeing it. You know, that we have this overarching system-wide goal of efficiency and being really efficient in leveraging our resources. And so part of that, I think, comes back to the process as you've laid it out here. And my question would be, you know, I think if that's where you start, right? We evaluate what we have, and what do we have on each campus? What's our space look like? What's our capacity? And then I think that from there, though, and I see that the demographic information is being collected. One question I would have on that, though, I see that you have. It almost feels like it's if you build it, they will come approach. So, you know, you're tying it to the jobs. You know, we expect X number of jobs to be required with the assumption that they will come from our schools as opposed to coming from out of state. I hope that's the case. I really do. But I don't know if we can assume that. I also noticed that you're, you know, looking at data at the high school level, and I think that's good. But I'm assuming that the time frame on these buildings is on some of these larger expenditures and how we look at our facilities, the timeline's longer than that, and, you know, longer than the next, you know, 10 years. And maybe it's just not feasible to go out further than that. But it seems to me that you would, you know, first collect it, and then we would, you know, kind of, before even developing the ultimate plan, we'd sit down and look across the system and see what sort of efficiencies can be garnered. I mean, is there a way to leverage space here? I mean, what's the, you know, cost per square foot to build in this part of the state on this campus? What's the cost to maintain? You know, what are the energy costs? And looking at what's really the most efficient way for us to maintain the, you know, system-wide facilities. I mean, they really are system-wide facilities, right? So. So I think that was the piece that I didn't really see being front and center was the efficiency, definitely see the plan and appreciate the idea of bringing consistency and recognizing individual institutions have different needs, but to me, that would be probably the primary goal.
Madam Chair, Speaker, I'm sorry, members of the Board Chancellor. As to the efficiency in terms of the process, I think the deferred maintenance component in terms of what it delivers is one of identification of items in general format as to what your liability per building is versus saying there's individual components in there. We still rely on our expert facility staff to try to identify those projects and that need. Now, as that comes forward, one of the vetting processes they will use on a campus-by-campus basis is to determine what's the best fix and how does it relate to program. In other words, there's some deferred maintenance issues that are better left unfixed because there may be a deferred maintenance issue that, if accomplished, greatly improves the program delivery method. And so it rises to a higher level. So deferred maintenance becomes one of identifying, you might say, your liability in terms of the building condition and then that life cycle. But to the efficiencies of them in terms of making the buildings more cost-effective to operate, that should be part and parcel to the design of the repair. That's something we're going to try to do, and it's going to be included regardless of the size of the project. Now, I don't know if I answered your question completely.
And I probably wasn't very articulate. I think what I was trying to say is that, should our facilities plan also be tied to an overarching strategic plan in terms of, which program should be located where, what's the demand in which geographic location, what are the needs going to be 10 years from now, 15 years from now, for individual programs, and then where should those be placed, what's the best place to, support them. And so it was kind of more of a making sure that the facilities piece is also tied to the academic piece and the demographics.
And I think our goal is to make sure that that's integrated along the way, and especially in our discussions about this.
Thank you very much, Rick, and unless there are no more questions, I certainly, we appreciate the feedback from the questions and the comments, and I know Rick is so intimately involved in this that he was inscribing those on his brain as you guys spoke, and so he will take those, and there will be many more updates to this as we work through it, and we're very, very excited to keep moving on this project. Thank you very much. Moving on then to in my report, providing you updates. Now we should have on the telephone Becky Lamboli, who is the Director of Student Affairs, and she's going to provide you two updates that are recognized in the agenda. Becky, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chancellor. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me today. Starting by just giving you the background that I've been in my role roughly 4 months, so I'm still rather new, but I'll give you as much background as I can on the North Dakota Higher Education Consortium for Substance Abuse Prevention. We call it NDHECSAP as an acronym. What we've done this last biennium, looking forward, what is the funding that we're requesting next biennium. One of the remarkable things about this group is the impact it's been able to have for our campuses. Since this has begun, there's been an increase in campus networking and evidence-based practices for our campuses. Now there's a single person of contact for those working in higher ed for our entire North Dakota network, and that would be myself. And then an opportunity for NDHECSAP to partner with state-level initiatives that are happening, and I'll get to just how critical that was and one of the things that we've been able to do here recently. So looking at some of the more recent items that this specific group has done, every other year, all 11 campuses, as well as the University of Mary and Jamestown University, submit a biannual review summarizing their alcohol and other drug prevention programming. And that really runs from the funding that's allocated to that, to the staff, to the sanctioning process, to how that's disseminated to personnel on their campus, and so on. which also affords the opportunity to share those resources and processes across the campuses, which has truly been invaluable. And then every year there is a EDGAR 86 compliance form, which we've created. That's reviewed by me on a yearly basis, and then I tap into our general counsel as well to ensure that our campuses are indeed in compliance with EDGAR 86. Another item, in the last biennium, there was a Partners in Prevention grant that this group had to establish late night weekend programming as an alternative to partying for students. At the time, it was a promising practice in research, meaning it was likely to have a positive impact, and now it's become a best practice, meaning research has demonstrated that this is indeed a way to curb high-risk partying type situations in the campus community. I'm excited to report that since that grant ended and we've been through this next biennium, each campus has been able to continue in some respect late night programming on a regular basis, and it has indeed been helpful on the campuses. Just recently, this past month, we took a look of the sanctions side by side for each campus. Specifically, we're curious about campuses who use an administrative fee or fine to students who are found in violation of alcohol policies, and therefore then use those dollars collected to pay for the resources needed for those sanctionings, be it personnel, be it electronic checkup-to-go program that we use for that process, and so on. We've also just reviewed all current alcohol and other drug policy on campuses, including campus alcohol advertising policies, and then a review of the unique alcohol and other drug prevention programs that our campuses have as well. The North Dakota Core Alcohol and Other Drug Survey is a survey that is administered with the aid of my position on a every other year basis. We now, through the work of this group, have trend data from this core survey dating back from 1994 all the way through 2012. We are headed in the right direction. I'm happy to report that as well, although there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. In my partnership with the State Epidemiological Outcomes Work Group, this data has been able to be used in that capacity as well, and this has helped many other agencies throughout our state, be it public health, K-12, and so on. Another critical piece of this consortium is hot topics. For example, the state legislation of marijuana legalization, in some states, and how is this affecting students' learning? What is the research saying? There's very limited research out there, so it's afforded us the ability to stay on top of that and watch as each bit kind of unfolds, so that we're prepared if something like that were to come to our campus. And then also, how do we deal with situations where students are found using marijuana, either on campus or as a student and it's found that it's impacting their success? What are the best ways to approach that, combat it, and prevent it? That's a big focus of this group as well. Tobacco and smoke-free campuses is another thing that this group has spent more time on this year. All of our campuses are currently smoke-free, and then many of them are completely tobacco-free, which includes both chew tobacco, and some campuses are electronic cigarette-free as well. Some of the partnerships that we have through this group in my role is the Governor's Prevention Advisory Council, the Prevention Experts Partners Work Group, the State Epidemiological Outcomes Work Group, as I mentioned before, Parents Lead, which is a resource designed for North Dakota parents of students of all ages, be it kindergarten all the way through college settings. Now, I mentioned before the involvement with those state agencies and how that has really boosted and been a true asset to our campuses. The State Prevention Framework, Strategic Prevention Framework State Incentive Grant, SBHE, is a grant that was recently provided to our state. It's a $9.5 million grant specifically targeting underage alcohol abuse as well as binge drinking, which are the two #1 issues currently in our state. I'm happy to report that my involvement in that, I've been able to keep the ND-HECSAP group abreast to all of the processes that have been involved in that, and our campuses and communities have been able to prepare for when this grant finally came to fruition. Because of which, and through the work of DHS and others as well, 26 of the possible 29 communities in our state have applied for this grant and been accepted. and this includes all 4 of our tribes. That's a snapshot of what we've been working on and a little bit into the future. A couple other things that we'll have coming up is we'll do a basics training. Basics is a best practice program for students who are sanctioned due to alcohol violations. It's been a number of years since we provided this training for our campuses. We've had a lot of staff turnover since then, and the timing was just right to bring an expert in to provide this training. We're hoping to do this this April. I was at a conference this last week and learned that there's also a basic brand new research, not yet published, but that this is also an approach that's effective for marijuana use as well. So we're looking forward to incorporating that into our training this spring. We've also been working on a statewide blood alcohol concentration app for smartphones. Blood alcohol concentration is a measure that can be used to see, hey, should I be safe to drive tonight or not after having consumed? The interesting thing about this app, if it comes into fruition, is it would allow North Dakotans to plug in the number of drinks they've had, over what time, body weight, those types of things, see roughly what their BAC is, and if they need to call a cab. If they do indeed need to call a cab, they can push a button that says call cab, and it'll bring up the local service, be it Williston, be it Fargo, wherever. So we're hoping that this might help with UI situations and the like. It also will generate data for us. It will help us to see what are some of the habits of the people who are using this app, and so on. Again, it's still in that idea phase. We haven't yet moved forward with it, but it's one of the items that we're looking at coming up. So all of that being said, in your packet you should have a document. It's a survey of agency alcohol, drug, tobacco, and risk-associated behavior prevention and treatment programs. On there you have the funding that we are granted this 2011-2013 biennium. We are right on par in terms of using all of that funding, what we've used thus far and what we predict to be using here coming up. We do expect it to be that full $188,750. Looking into the next biennium, similar. Slight increase in what we would like to have, and that's simply for inflation. I do travel to all the campuses once a semester to aid in programming to provide training whatever their needs are regarding substance abuse prevention, and that's the dollar amount that we've come to. At this time, I'll yield if there are questions or comments.
Looks like you can go on to the next one, Becky, please.
Sounds good. So the mental health recommendations are something that were legislative funding that we received for this current biennium. And just to give you a brief update, there's 4 recommendations that were funded, and I'll quickly step you through all of them. The first is after-hours crisis intervention and emergency services. In essence, our task force realized, hey, once our counseling centers close at night and on the weekends, unfortunately, the issues that students experience in the crises don't magically end at that time. We're looking at what services are available to our student population during these time frames when our on-campus services are not available. Currently, 2 of our campuses, UND and NDSU, make use of First Link. Fargo is this 211 hotline number that you may be familiar with, and it's used in a way so that if I'm an NDUS student, or NDSU, student, I can call the counseling center, and if it's 6 p.m. and no one's there, to automatically link me over to First Link. Someone will be there. If I'm in the middle of a crisis, they can talk me through it. If it's a true emergency, say I'm, attempting suicide or something serious along those lines, emergency personnel can be called in to come to my location and so on. If I just need listening and support, they can provide that service. So we're looking at expanding that so that all 11 of our campuses would have that same service. Right now we're looking with First Link, we're working with them and trying to get an estimate from them of how much that would cost and if they're physically able to accommodate all 11 campuses. And we're hopeful that that will move forward into fruition. The second recommendation that was approved was for education and training. Mental health first aid is one of the nationally recognized training efforts that's out there. In fact, SAMHSA has recently received federal funding. I believe it was $500 million to increase local emergency response throughout the nation to receive more training. So this is a nationwide effort in gaining more individuals who are trained in mental health first aid. We have funding to send myself and one other individual to be trained as instructors. We currently have an instructor on NDSU's campus as well as UND's campus. We're actually going to send two other employees aside from myself to become instructors, one from Minot and one from Valley City. The hope with that is we'll have some trainers throughout the state on an ongoing basis. We'll provide this training to our personnel on all 11 campuses on a regular basis. The mental health training itself is recognizing warning signs to intervene and connect with services prior to a situation escalating. It can range from someone who is showing signs of depression to someone who maybe is experiencing a psychotic episode at the onset of a new mental health, perhaps disorder or something along those lines, all the way up to trying to avoid mass shootings and the like, those types of things. So it's a wide range of things that we can prevent and intervene with, and it's a training that will provide to many faculty and staff members on our various campuses. Recommendation, the next one is Students of Concern Committee and Behavioral Intervention Teams. You may have seen recently in the paper there was an article done about this. What is recommended is that the system should create a statewide guideline for the creation, training, and functioning of Students of Concern Committees or Behavior Intervention Teams, and that all system campuses should have such a team. Currently, we're looking at hopefully having a training session for our campuses that will be following our retention summit that's coming up this May is our hope right now. We'll bring in a national speaker to do the first part of the training, overview of what does the behavior intervention team look like, what are all the elements to make it functional, so on and so forth. And then the second day, we'll provide the opportunity for the campus members who are attending this to talk about the details of how do we implement this for our specific campus, to share resources across campuses, and then we do have some experts in-house currently on some of our campuses who have received quite a bit of training in this area, and there's some campuses who currently have a team. We're looking at using some of those internal resources as we continue to move forward with this initiative. In essence, what a behavior intervention team does, they meet on a regular basis to review situations that have come to their attention recently. This ranges from regular conduct hearings, be it alcohol violations, so on, to a faculty member brought something to attention regarding a situation that happened in the classroom, all those types of things. By reviewing these things and staying on top of them and being aware of them as they happen, you can intervene to both protect the student, the campus, and then also to promote the success of that student and hopefully retention. The final recommendation is the large one, psychiatric support services for all of our campuses. Currently, both UND and NDSU have psychiatric services that they're able to offer on their campuses, and that's something that needs to be expanded both on those two campuses. They have a need beyond what they currently have in terms of resources, as well as other elected campuses. There's two major issues currently with this specific recommendation. One is that the local communities currently do not have the resources necessary to accommodate our students beyond even campus resources. The second being the demographic of our state, as well as our beautiful weather in the winter that we have here. Hiring one individual to provide psychiatric services and to travel from Lake Region to Williston to Dickinson back and forth in the winter months is treacherous and quite the task. One of the recommendations for this process is the use of telemedicine. It's become more and more common. It's a lot like Ivan, if you'd like to think of it that way, or Skype, where the provider is able to be at one location and meet with a student on the campus via the internet and the use of computer technology. I have done some research, and our Blackboard Collaborate, which also works with our Desire to Learn and our Moodle programs that are established on all of our campuses, does have the capability and the necessary privacy requirements to utilize for this purpose. We will continue to work with both the SIT staff as well as the General Counsel to ensure that we're meeting HIPAA and FERPA requirements as we move forward with this. But that is the practice that we're currently looking at implementing for our various campuses. Now, there's a lot of details to figure out. Implementing this type of service for every campus all at once simply would not be effective. It wouldn't work. So what we're looking at is we're hoping that beginning this next fall, we'll be able to implement in one campus, hopefully one that's kind of primed and ready to go to begin rolling out the psychiatric services in that specific campus. Once we have things working in a process that we know have worked, we probably will have learned a few things by then. We'll continue to do a water flow where we start with one campus and we move on to another and another and another until finally all 11 campuses will have psychiatric support services for our students. At this time, I will yield to any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you, Becky. There appear to be no questions, and we appreciate all the good work that you're doing on these two really important initiatives relative to substance abuse and mental health services for our students. So thank you for the update, and we'll continue to get those updates from you. Thank you. Moving on to the next topic for update. Last fall, you directed me by resolution to, or allowed me, I should say, by resolution to engage in conversations both in Minot and Bottineau relative to the relationship between Minot State University and Dakota College of Bottineau. We did that, Dr. Fuller, Dr. Gross, and myself, on December 10th and 11th. And what I would like to now do is turn over to Dr. Fuller and Dr. Gross if they want to maneuver their way up here to give you a report on their findings as a result of that, those discussions.
Thank you, Chancellor. For the record, I'm David Fuller. I'm president of Minot State University and Dakota College at Bottineau. And I think as Larry has explained to you the background, we were asked to look into this to see whether or not it would be appropriate for Dakota College of Bottineau to become autonomous and separate from Minot State. That was the essential question. Just as a context on this, last year the previous chancellor had talked to Ken, Dr. Gross, about actually moving ahead and doing this and making the separation, and I was later informed about that. And as we had discussed it, we found out the reason for it, for the interest, and then when we came to the board asked us to investigate it, which we have done. I think we had some very good meetings. I really appreciated the time that the people at Minot devoted, as well as the people at Bottineau. We had meetings with faculty, staff, students, and community members in both areas. We explained the proposition or the interest, basically because Bottineau at Dakota College has been, in many respects, become a fairly autonomous institution, having its own foundation, its own accreditation, has a really fine executive manager, and we did present that both to the Minot community and to the Bottineau community. The people in Minot were not as engaged in the question. I mean, they're aware of our relationship. They did not necessarily see the difference by virtue of the separation. So there was not a lot of great concern about it, although there wasn't any concern one way or the other expressed. But when we got to Bottineau, it was a different matter, and I'll ask maybe Ken to summarize that. But when we had 4 separate meetings, and we got very good support from Linda Donald and Larry. Larry led the meetings, and I think they went very well. But it became really quite obvious, particularly in the community meeting. We had a legislator there. We had a number of others who were there who really asked, what's the reason for this? And we did provide that basic reason that we thought that Dakota College has achieved a level of autonomy that probably makes sense. They didn't necessarily agree with that. They thought it would be quite a disadvantage to have the separation. They thought it would be difficult politically, it'd be difficult, and it would also lose the strength of our relationship. We enjoyed a good cooperation, and I certainly agree with that. I have very much enjoyed my time and my service to Dakota College of Botano. It's a great school, a great time to work with Kent. But faculty, staff, students, as well as those community members, it seemed quite obvious that they didn't want to have this separation occur. There were a few people who supported it. It wasn't unanimous, but it was basically a pretty strong voice that they thought the relationship with Minot should remain as it is. There should be still continue to be one president overseeing it, and that's what we came back with. Again, if you want to summarize that.
I'm Ken Gross. I'm the campus dean at Dakota College at Botano and report to Dr. Fuller, and in many ways I'll echo what he has just mentioned. We had informal discussions prior to the Chancellor and Dr. Fuller coming to our campus in December, and there was no persuasive argument, I didn't think, in those discussions one way or the other, whether we should continue to remain part of Minot State or become independent. However, that picture changed dramatically, I thought, at the formal meetings that we had with 4 different groups in December on our campus. I would say it's fair to characterize it as virtually no enthusiasm whatsoever for switching our alignment with Minot State or discontinuing our alignment with Minot State. Even after that, I didn't have anybody that came up to me and indicated that they didn't want to speak in a public forum, but that they thought we ought to become an independent campus. There was just no comment like that whatsoever, and there hasn't been subsequent to that. I think one of the things that courses through folks' mind is that we're stronger with Minot State than we are without. And when the seemingly perennial topic of closing institutions comes up, that as one of the smaller schools in the North Dakota University system, that strength, that at least the perception that's given, that the strength that Minot gives us is a good thing. And we do not want to eliminate that. We want to continue with Minot State. And as Dr. Fuller said, it's been a good relationship. We have a great collaboration. Students transfer to Minot State seamlessly. I guess if it was up to me, I may have a little different impression, but our community, our college, our faculty, and our students have, like I said, virtually no enthusiasm to change the status quo whatsoever.
Any questions from board members?
And Madam Chair, that being the case, then I believe that as the status quo stays, there would be no action required on the part of the board. The only action was for us to engage in these conversations. We've done that, and this is a report back to you on what those conversations were. Now, as we move forward, Dr. Fuller and Dr. Gross are looking at the agreements that have been written between the 2 institutions, and they need some updating to reflect exactly the relationships that Dr. Gross was just talking about. And so they will be doing that, but it won't require your action on that, and they'll be working on those things. And if there's anything that will require your action, we'll be coming back to you at a later time.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
And now I would like to introduce Dr. Tanya Spilavoy, who is our Director of Distance Learning. I think I've said that right, probably not.
You did.
Okay, thank you. And she's going to give you 3 quick updates on distance education in North Dakota.
Well, hello, everybody. Madam Chair, Chancellor Skogan, members of the board, and everyone else who's here visiting, presidents. I'm going to just show you 3 things that are really in the top of distance education right now. And my 3 main topics this morning are state authorization of post-secondary degree granting institutions in North Dakota, state authorization reciprocity agreement, and there's an acronym for that called SARA, and also of a huge hot topic on a national landscape called open educational resources. So I serve in 2 distinct but very interrelated roles for the university system and also for the state of North Dakota. I'm the Distance Education Director for NDUS institutions, so I work with all of your distance education directors at all the campuses to do distance education. In a different role, I'm the regulator of post-secondary degree-granting institutions in North Dakota, and that includes all campuses that are online and on ground. So that includes any institutions operating in the state of North Dakota. So here's the report for the regulatory compliance. So far, since August 1st of 2013, we've had 290 institutional applications for operation in the state of North Dakota. According to North Dakota Century Code Chapter 15-18.1, I've been able to grant 40 exemptions, and those are institutions that operate only online. And 8 authorized institutions operate in the state of North Dakota, and they have physical locations in North Dakota. Do you have any questions about that before I go on? I should probably allow a pause there. Just for informational purposes, this part is a state function. It is not an NDUS system authorization. It's for the state. Okay, so just as all these 290 institutions and more are seeking authorization in the state of North Dakota, all 11 institutions from NDUS also have to follow the regulations of each state in which they operate. So let's say Bismarck State College wants to offer a distance education course in the state of South Dakota or Minnesota or Indiana. They have to go to each one of those states separately, go through all the regulations, fill out all the paperwork, pay the fees, and use up their human capital to do that. So a bunch of really innovative people got together, and with a grant from the Lumina Foundation, they put together a state authorization reciprocity agreement called SARA, and it is administered through the 4 regional compacts. It really establishes a state-level reciprocity process that supports the nation in offering high-quality education. So if you can see the map right here, you can see that North Dakota and South Dakota are shaded because we are members of MEC and WICHE. And the most important thing for you all to know is that entering into this state authorization reciprocity agreement is voluntary for states and institutions. It's administered by the 4 regional compacts, and it's open to all degree-granting post-secondary institutions from all sectors. So what the advantage really would be is that if UND is seeking authorization now in 54 states and territories, rather than going through that whole process, if UND was a partnership or part of SARA, they would have reciprocity in the states that were also agreed to the SARA document. States that didn't adhere to SARA document, they would still have to seek individual authorization in those states. And as Chancellor Scogan mentioned this morning, they're anticipating 20 states this first year, so it really could be an advantage for institutions that are doing a lot of distance education. Do you have any questions on this agreement before I go to the next topic? Okay. This is something I'm really passionate about. Open educational resources is the topic of this next part of my presentation, and it really is driven by the need to reduce the cost of college degrees. We know that they've increased 1,000% in the past 30 years. We've got a lot of student loan debt in the United States, and there's a lot more focus on regulations. So this has a lot of words on this page, I know. But this is the actual resolution that our legislators asked us to attend to, and this was brought to us back in March of 2013. And they've asked that the North Dakota University System, the presidents, the State Board of Higher Education, and the faculty members take a look at the use of open textbooks for academic courses in order to reduce the financial burden to students. I know that the students were also interested in this, and they've mentioned it at their meetings, so this is something people are talking about. Well, we did respond to that back in March. I was part of an open textbook work group, and we put together a white paper. Jennifer Vetter from the North Dakota Student Association was also on it, and Lloyd Halverson, and a bunch of other people who were really passionate about doing something good for the students. And we made this open textbook work group, and then a lot of things happened. and it really hadn't been revisited. And I noticed that it was on the agenda for the interim funding committee again in April. I thought, I'm going to get on this again. So I did a lot of research. Now, when we first started this discussion back in March of 2013, the focus was on open textbooks. That's the only thing people knew about really back then. But as distance ed moves quickly, we've gone from the example of an open textbook, as you can see here, an open textbook with an all-access pass from Flat World Knowledge would cost you about $35 compared to $149 for a color print textbook. Now, it seems simple when you look at it because you're like, well, that's a no-brainer, right? But there's a lot more that goes into it. So I put together a cost-benefit analysis that would integrate all aspects of considerations on a campus. And really, since that time, we're not just talking about open textbooks, we're talking about open educational resources. So open textbooks are just a tiny slice of all that is available right now to the people for open, accessible, free, open licensed, public domain. There's media, lab activities, documents, simulations, all kinds of stuff out there for people to share and use freely. The main goal is to improve student and teacher access to quality learning materials. So these are just some of the best OERs that I found out there. I've done a lot of research in this area. If you look at the list, these are the ones that are peer-reviewed, are well-known among academics, and are blessed by university systems around the country. Some of the most known ones that you're going to hear people talking about, because it's like the big buzzword now is MOOCs, and you'll see some of them listed in supplemental materials, but there's so much more than just MOOCs. So let's go on, and I wanted to show you a couple of really great things. And I'm going to open up an example. So, oh wait, mine is over here. There we go. Okay, this is Merlot. This place is fabulous, not just the name, but the whole concept. It's very attractive in the name too, but if you look over here in partner communities, you can see that this is generated by California State University. All of these universities are partners in that. We've got Lucknow University, Northern Michigan University, they're all contributing partners, Tennessee Board of Regents, University System of Georgia, University of California. We've even got Open Educational Resources Africa, part of this initiative. What I called this was kind of like the Facebook of open educational resources for professors all over the world. I'm really interested in science because I just always loved science courses. Got an English degree, but I still love science. So here's biology. And I just want to show you some of the great things that are available. One of the things first we can look at is that there are people here that are amazing. If you look at the teachers who are available on here, you're going to see that all of them are professors, and there's a biology editorial board. These are some of the things that people would want to know about before they got involved, is like, is this stuff good or not? And you can see that all of the folks who are peer reviewers in this are university professors from different places around the United States, very well known. And I just want to show you something that I thought was really exciting. So some of the new things that are really on the cusp of education is called flipping the classroom, where the student goes home, does a whole lot of practice first, and rather than sitting and listening to the lecture, he or she does the work at home, and then when you get to the classroom, the professor is there just to help and assist. So I'm looking at a simulation, and this is in the biology area, and you could look at a simulation of DNA, the skeletons. I mean, this stuff is awesome. If you just want to poke around in here, it's all free and open. I happen to be interested in the virtual microscope. I think this would be a fabulous lesson for a biology professor. So you can see that it's peer-reviewed. It's got comments. It's got user rating. There's learning exercises available, all kinds of materials. And if you go to the material here, you can open up, and I had that opened earlier. So here's the microscope. All right, so instead of sending your students into a classroom, and they don't know how to use your microscope, and they might get only 10 minutes each to try it, they can try it here all night long. And when they get to your classroom, they've already got tons of experience, and the experiment goes way better. So the microscope actually works. I can turn the knobs. It tells me what to do. It says, don't forget to turn it on over here. The light's on. I can take this slide off, try something new, change my magnification. Okay, and this is just one resource. There's tons out there. This is just one thing that is available and free and open. I just wanted to show you one more thing. I asked my distance ed directors to recommend a rock star professor on their campus. This girl, I think, is so impressive. Her name is Sarah Sletton. She's an assistant biology professor at Mayville State University. She is an innovator, and she is doing this already. She's got YouTube videos up of her. So her students can go in and look at the gene flow, biology lectures, all kinds of demonstrations before they ever get to her class or after if they miss it. These are the kinds of people we can celebrate. So I'm going to go back to this part and just kind of show you some of the things that you'd go through. It's not a simple process to adopt some open educational resources into your courses. You have to take into concern academic, technology, student experience, sorry, I'll make that bigger, and administrative as well. So there's all kinds of, here, let's see, here we go. All right, so I really want to know what's the ROI on an OER? And so here's the ROI for technology, and I went through the criteria of a lot of things that you would need to do to implement an open textbook into your online course. There's a lot of considerations. And so in conclusion, I just wanted to open this up to you. I think we have a lot of wonderful things going on our campuses already, but we could definitely do more. This is what the students want. This is what the legislators are asking us to do. And really, it's where the rest of the world already is going. So in order to ensure sustainability, we'd have to have OER initiatives seamlessly integrated into institutional policies, structures, and procedures. And Chancellor Scogan said, you know, we need to reward the innovators, and I really agree with that. There are people out there like distance educators, faculty, and other campus leaders who are pushing forward to do this. And so it would be good to do more exploration and really save some money for our students and make us leaders and innovators in the field of higher education. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to back up to your map on the reciprocity between the states for the online and distance learning.
Sure.
If you can go back to that. What's our current status of that? How many states have already engaged in this agreement?
Is there an agreement?
Yep, and where does North Dakota stay with that? Because you said that is not a board policy, that is a legislative
Right. The
decision?
legislature gave the board power to grant authorization of post-secondary degree granting institutions. You then made the chancellor in charge of that. So really it is our work, but it's a state function. And where we are right now is that Indiana beat me. Indiana is the first state to apply for the SARA agreement. North Dakota and a couple others are neck and neck, and I told Nebraska I would arm wrestle them for the next spot. But we really have had some innovative legislators and people who have paved the road, really, for us to be part of this, and all of you, too. And so on a national scale, North Dakota is seen as one of the front leaders.
Well, if I could just follow up then, out of 50 states, you've listed 3?
Right, but everybody's at the table. So there are national discussions, regional meetings. Some of the states have legislation that is so deep and so thick, and they have so many policies and regulators that they're not ready to move forward yet. The other issues that really are apparent when I go to the meetings for this is that getting money from your institutions is a huge cash cow for a lot of states. And they make, I mean, for the state of Maryland in itself, it's like thousands and you have to send a representative to their meetings, and they have whole units of people as regulators. So they're not ready to give up that much revenue to join a reciprocity agreement. So the red states who are difficult to gain reciprocity in now will likely be the same states that don't join immediately. The states that are already doing reciprocity agreements and playing well with their neighbors are usually the ones who will be first to join. So there are states who are ready to go.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions?
Madam Chair, if I could just add to what
Sure.
Tanya was saying. This really is at the takeoff stage yet. Sarah is really a great idea. It comes out of the Federal Department of Education about 2, maybe 3 years ago, said that everybody delivering distance learning must do it to states in which they have permission. And that turned out to be a very expensive proposition. If an individual school is going to would be 49 other states to get that permission, it could be very, very expensive. So a bunch of innovative thinkers in education got together, particularly through things like MEC and WICHE and things like that, and they started having these conversations about how do we streamline this process. And so they came up with SARA. And they're just now at the stage where they're ready to launch it. They're going to states, state by state, and asking them if they want to join or not join. North Dakota's in an odd position, just like South Dakota is, where it belongs to 2 of these regional organizations. So we belong to MHEC as well as WICHE. And so we're going to really have to make a decision, and I've fielded a number of calls from both those organizations trying to convince us to join one or the other. But the bottom line to it is that they're expecting, after the first year of the launch, and the launch is just getting started now, that they will have 20 states involved in this. I think in the end, we're going to see many, many more states participating. You know, holdouts are going to be places like Massachusetts, where it costs $15,000 to go and deliver in their state, and they're not going to want to give that up. Because what they do by joining SARA is that they are basically saying, we will give up that revenue, because if you're a SARA state and they've joined SARA, then you are allowing them to come into your state and deliver distance education. But we're just at the launching stage right now.
Mr. Schaff?
Madam Chair, and maybe I'll direct this to the Chancellor because it ties a little bit in to that discussion. And several years ago, we had a conversation, and maybe I'm just confused, but we had a long conversation over several meetings of the board, and you probably recall this, over learning management platforms. And some of this seems very similar to what that was, and so I'm just wondering if you can clarify for me what is the difference?
Sure, that's not this topic. If you will go to the OER slide, please.
This one, sir?
No, the one you've got a list of.
Oh, here we go.
Right there, okay. This is what we're talking about here. That's a very different thing. These are Mr. Schaff, these are the mechanisms to deliver online education. And the conversations that we've had in the past were about using an open LMS, and that would be Moodle or Open Class, or the open LMSs right now. So those were the conversations we were having some time ago. That folds into an entire discussion about, is an open source like Moodle equivalent to a source that you're paying for? And is it you get what you pay for and things like that? So that's only one piece of the entire discussion about open education resources. There are many, many open education resources. Some of them, as you can see, are textbooks. Some are entire courses. MOOCs is now the big thing. You could go online right now and take an MIT class with 125,000 of your best friends. And so there's all kinds of open resources. The bottom line, in my view, two things. Number one is relative not only to open resources, but to all of this technology. What I've been saying all over the state is when it comes to this sort of education, in higher education, we're at the Wright brothers stage of landing on the moon. We're just really getting started right now. And it's going to go and it's going to grow, and this is going to be the direction I think higher education is going to go, and we're going to end up with basically a transparency between on-campus, online, at a distance, on your, we're still going to have institutions, we're still going to have brick and mortar, but we're going to see more and more of the delivery going online relative to what you're doing. So, for example, the microscope that Tanya showed, which I'm sure she picked out just because of the chair to show a microscope. But nevertheless, we're going to see much more of those. But here's the key to this. This has to be faculty-driven. Dr. Munsky, sitting next to me here, I'm sure would agree with me entirely. When you start talking about resources and online resources and open resources, the faculty that have the integrity of the class at their heart are going to want resources that they believe are the best resources to deliver that. In some cases, that may be an open educational resource. In other cases, it may not be. Right now, a tried, true, tested like the Khan Academy has been demonstrated to be exceptional. And many of your institutions right now are using Khan Academy in remedial education, my example.
Yes.
My kids use it.
Yes.
It's an amazing vehicle for education. Sal Khan really hit on something when he started this. And so there's going to be some faculty that are going to say, yes, this is really going to be valuable. There are going to be other things that are going to be free and open and online that are not going to be that valuable. And so those discussions are really going to have to be faculty-led discussions as to the value of those open resources.
And that's the reason I raise it, because I do recall on the learning management platform conversation, which probably we didn't even, dinosaurs like me didn't have a right to even put our toe into those waters, but we were looking at the discussion of some uniformity in those platforms across the system. And as I recall, much to our surprise, we found that there were big differences in opinion amongst the campuses as to which platforms they preferred. And then at the next level, if you recall, a lot of discussion from faculty and a lot of varying opinions on that. And I suspect, from what I see, that it might be similar in this discussion, as you alluded to with faculty. And so rather than reinvent the wheel, I hope we dig down and start at that level so that we don't have to repeat all of those discussions again.
And as you know, technology moves so fast. We are now in a situation where some of the content comes with its own LMS. So if you find a particular online resource that you really want to use, it's already delivered on a platform. And so the whole discussion about what platform should the campus have becomes a whole different conversation. So, but again, we are just at the beginning stages. We have, I would suppose there's been 10 years of really good development of online right now in higher education. And when you consider the academy is 1,000 years old, that's we're just really getting started in it, and we're going to do the moon landing eventually on this, but it's going to take some time. And again, I would defer to Dr. Munsky because it's going to take some incredible faculty, two pieces, incredible faculty input, and secondly, it's going to take some incredible faculty work. This is hard work. Selecting the right resources, making sure that you're meeting your educational goals and so on, and that rests on the back of the faculty.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Munsky.
Before I make my questions known to you, I would like to thank both the Interim Chancellor and Mr. Schaff for the recognition of the importance of faculty in this process. But the second thing I must point out is that when Mr. Gutenberg and I were talking about an invention that came from China called movable type, I encouraged him. Otherwise, we could not have had Interim Chancellor Scogan talk about challenges of biblical proportion at a recent meeting which I attended. I have read the white paper, and I am curious to know why you have not mentioned the importance of academic freedom within that document.
In the white paper?
in the white paper?
That one should be, there was a faculty concern in there, and we also had faculty on that committee.
Well, that actually gets me to my second question. These faculty to whom you refer, how frontline are these faculty?
I couldn't answer that for you.
Okay, we're now 2 for 2. The Council of College Faculties, and I will refer to this later in my report, were they ever invited to be on this task force?
At the time the white paper was created,
Yes.
Chancellor Shervani issued the task force to be done, and I had been at the system office for 1 month, and I was a doctoral student, and I did what my chancellor asked me to do, along with the other members of that task force committee. So I can't answer high-level questions about how it was created or who was chosen.
Then this leads me to ask my fourth question. When will the Council of College Faculties be invited to be more fully integrated into this process and to write the next white paper?
I can answer that.
Thank you. You're now
Yay!
2-1-1.
Well, you're a good teacher and a good questioner. That's the Socratic method. So you're challenging me, which is good. The faculty, actually, after the Academic Affairs Council meeting and Student Affairs joint meeting, your faculty representative invited me to come and visit with the faculty. So I am absolutely open to that conversation. The tone of the presentation for the faculty is a different presentation than the one I'm giving to the board today. The board gets to see a very high level, this is what we're doing. For the faculty, it'll dig down a lot more into what it means for them, what resources are available, how things are peer reviewed, a lot more detail level and things that the faculty are really concerned about. And I was a faculty member, so I understand all of those concerns myself, and I certainly wouldn't, advocate just going out blindly and grabbing things off of the internet. It is a process, and my presentation really goes through a cost-benefit analysis, and I have a whole bunch of array of academic questions that faculty would go through as they vetted through a material before they would use it for a course. So I am absolutely willing to come to the faculty senate or council or wherever and visit with you and answer all the hard questions.
Thank you, Tanya.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, that concludes my interim chancellor's report, and I hope that the board found this informational and the updates of a number of initiatives occurring on your institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Scogan.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have a question, and I wanted to bring it up at the end of the interim chancellor's report and the president's report, and it's kind of a combination. It's a request as a board member. I would like to ask that Madam Chair and the interim chancellor, as soon as possible, have some discussions between the two of you on the line. We've talked a lot about transparency, and I certainly applaud the efforts of the chairwoman in increasing the transparency of the board. Certainly needed measures to have been taken, but with all due respect, I do need to state that as a board member, with all of the good efforts outward for transparency, I'm feeling that we're lacking in that transparency, whether intentional or not, and I'm certain it's not intentional, but back to board members. And we have a couple of instances that I don't want to get into specifics regarding, but recently, one being the REACT building at UND. I found it unusual for me to get a call from a reporter on an issue that I was completely unaware of. And to me as a board member, that's absolutely unacceptable. And I think we require that type of information, because I do know that information was there to have had well in advance of that. We've had some high-level personnel changes, and in one of them, really the only communication I received as a board member is that we had a litigation hold on a matter. And I think as a board member, at least in my years, we've certainly had that information. And so I think the efforts have been great to make the transparency on outside of the board to move that forward. But I do ask that Madam Chair and the Chancellor have some discussions about that, because at least as a board member, I feel that some of that information is lacking, and I'd like you to look into that, because I know at least my needs are that we have more information, particularly with those types of situations. And it doesn't have to be any formal thing with the board, but just I want to note that concern and ask that you at least have that discussion.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Shaft.
Thank you.
You know, I think in the past, at least as I recall, back with Chancellor Getz, actually, I would receive a phone call occasionally if something was happening within the system office. I would say that in defense of the Chancellor and myself, that, you know, with all the open meeting violations that occurred in the last year, I've been very hesitant to contact any board members about topics. But I did speak with Dr. Scogan, and we were discussing whether or not Dr. Scogan could perhaps start to make those phone calls. So it would not come from me, but it would come from the Chancellor. Do you have anything to add to that?
Not at all. In fact, as the Madam Chair says, we've had this conversation. We do need to push out information. We're suffering from PTSD at the current time over a number of decisions that did not go in the board's favor. And so what I think Linda Donlin and I can, and the chair can work on trying to figure out how we can get some kind of communication going that can go out. As you know, the issue, for complete transparency, or the issue is that when one of those notices has gone out and then somebody responds to everybody and starts putting down thoughts about, well, we ought to do this and we ought to do that, all of a sudden now we're in a meeting mode. If folks can remember to accept stuff as information only, and when I have sent emails out on some issues, I've said, please do not respond to this, information only kind of thing. And, you know, we'll get there. We'll get there, and I certainly apologize for that. In fact, I had a very recent conversation as of yesterday about getting information out this week on the REACT building, for example, and putting together so that you guys have a very clear understanding of where we are with that.
Thank you.
Yep,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Ms. Nesset.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to reinforce that, because I think even if we are suffering from some of our prior open meeting violations and such, these issues are still going on and being dealt with, and the repercussions continue to happen. And I feel also as a board member that I am not informed adequately on some of the things that have happened here recently.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Reichert.
I would just have just a quick comment. You know, I think this is actually something that a lot of boards deal with, is what information should come to the board, what shouldn't, what's operational, what do they need to make decisions on, what do they need to ratify. I mean, I think sometimes there's questions on that, and I would agree, I guess, with Grant on the building issue. You know, that's one that's probably going to be rising to our level, and we're going to hear about it. So, but you know, at the same time, I really do appreciate Dr. Spilovoy's presentation, and because I think that's some of the stuff that we haven't been talking about that it's great to have on the agenda. I love, you know, it's great for us to know what's going on, making sure that we are out in front of some of these issues that are facing higher education generally, not just some of the, you know, logistical things that hit the press here in North Dakota, and so not just the criticisms, but also some of the other, you know, forward-looking things that we can think about. So I do think, yeah, I mean, I agree, and I think it's sometimes it's a judgment call, and maybe, you know, we err on the side of caution, but anyway, so I just appreciate the presentation as well.
Good. All right, thank you. Okay. All right, moving forward. Agenda item number 5, the update on the Minot State University presidential search. Dr. Jelmstead.
Madam Chairman, Chairwoman, just a quick summary on our search at Minot State. We have a 12-member committee made up of 5 faculty and staff members, 2 students, and 2 community people from Minot State, 2 Botno staff and community people, and 1 university system representative. On our committee, we met way back on September 10th to develop a profile for the job description. After meeting with students and faculty and staff to replace Dr. Fuller, I kind of thought we were going to have to hire God to replace him, but I have a poor connection with God, so I guess I'm kind of worried. But the applications ended on January 15th. We had 37 applications. On January 22nd, as a committee, we screened these down to 8. And these 8 will be internet video searched on February 4th, next Tuesday, all in one day. And on that date, we will select 4 or 5 that will make an on-campus interview for February 11th to the 14th. And then from that, we will select 3 candidates to go to the board on February 26th. We will meet at Minot State, and the board will decide a candidate for the Minot State University presidency. That's my report.
All right, thank you very much. North Dakota Student Association, Jennifer Vetter, please.
All right. Red button means it's on, right? Okay. So, Madam Chairwoman and members of the State Board of Higher Education, due to our great North Dakota weather, the association hasn't met since our last meeting in November. We did have a Skype conference call, but there obviously wasn't a quorum present to conduct official business, but we did do a lot of updating, which is always good to do after a winter break. In addition to that, we are starting to work on getting information about student affordability, what makes tuition or just the cost of higher education so expensive, apparently, for students with our high student debt rate when students graduate. So we're working to hopefully get a survey out to students to kind of see where all of this money goes for them while they're attending our universities. Our research initiatives on open textbooks, Measure 3, undergraduate research, and merit-based scholarships is ongoing, and we'll have our final reports in March that I'll share with all of you once we have those. We're continuing to work on organizational analysis and leadership development, and our next meeting is February 21st and 22nd at Minot, with our other 2 meetings for this year, March here at Lake Region and April at BSC. So if there are no questions for me, that would conclude my report.
Any questions?
Very brief and to the point.
Yes. Thank you very much. Okay. Council of College Faculties, Dr. Munsky.
I make no guarantee that I will be brief and to the point.
I assume as much.
Same old geographer, you know. The Council of College Faculties has managed to have a meeting since the 17th of January. The council did have a quorum through using the system that we use through Blackboard. There is a serious concern at the council regarding more involvement of faculty relative to HCR 3013. So it is reassuring to hear at least words of encouragement that there will be more faculty involvement, especially since it will be on the backs of the faculty to deal with implementing whatever comes out of HCR 3013. In a similar fashion, the Council of College Faculties expresses concern regarding the State Board of Higher Education modifications in the IP policy and are in conversations with the appropriate people to express these concerns. But I believe that thanks to the work of Dr. Eric Murphy from the University of North Dakota School of Medicine and Health Sciences, and an internationally known specialist in IP issues, we will see a very positive outcome from this. So that is a unique win-win that I would hope that we could continue. I also would like to hope, on behalf of the Council of College Faculties, that the request to seek help in creating a permanent research fund, which would not solely be confined to supporting efforts at North Dakota State University and the University of North Dakota, but would be throughout the 11 constituent members of the North Dakota University system. And again, Dr. Murphy is spearheading that particular effort. We do wish, on behalf of the council, I am to thank the interim chancellor for finding ways to increase representation of the faculty onto a variety of different committees. We especially appreciate this as faculty because the Council of College Faculties is not a well-funded body. I do want to ask your indulgence of an old faculty member, and I appreciated that the young lady pointed out that I was using the Socratic method, seeing as how he was one of my students. But please put on your calendar, watch for the North Dakota University System's first ever statewide faculty conference that will fall at about the same time as that K-12 break that occurs during the time when they used to hold the North Dakota Education Association Instructional Conference. So you're looking at about October 16th to 18th, and I regret to have to tell Dr. Kelly that he may be finding me on his doorstep as a petitioner asking for some assistance, because it will be hosted at the University of North Dakota, with the Alaris being the conference site, we hope. So there is movement being forward with that, and I'd like to thank the interim vice chancellor for her encouragement, because one of the key topics of that particular event will be focused on issues of retention. It's just not admission, it's retention, which is so crucial to get to graduation. The Council of College Faculties will have an election in February. We will be making, after that election, a transition to having a change effective by June 30th. So I am counting down the months, weeks, days, hours, minutes, and even seconds sometimes, unless we take a break soon, to when I will cease to be representing the council to this August body, which is meeting today in January. The various task forces, we are very thankful to the interim chancellor that there's now finally permanent representation of CCF to the admissions for student success, to the remedial/developmental education via grade 12 of North Dakota's public P-12 schools, and to the best practices in remedial/developmental education. Thank you, Dr. Scogan. There will be ongoing CCF representation at the joint AAC-SAC meetings, and we are going to see that with representation on the 3rd of February. I will start to wrap up this report by indicating that we would welcome members of the board to engage with CCF at the teleconference that will take place on February 11th. We also will have the next meeting after that on the 11th of March. the 8th of April, and the first Tuesday of May, unlike the second Tuesday, something called final exams has kind of interrupted with our usual meeting the second Tuesday. But that basically concludes what I have been asked to relay from the Council of College Faculties. So I thank you very much for your indulgences.
Right, thank you very much. And we will be having a break as soon as we go through item number 9. But before we get to public comment, Ms. Hochlerth, Staff Senate.
We actually met on Monday. Is that working? Okay. We met on Monday. We meet through Skype every month, except for June when we have our one face-to-face meeting a year. So a couple of highlights from your Staff Senate. Again, your Staff Senates do more than their job that they're paid for. They go above and beyond, and we like to highlight that. At Bismarck State, they are looking at the need for cost of living raises. They are working with the Faculty Senate to combine for a development day for faculty and staff. They hosted a holiday party and employee recognition dinner for over 300 employees. They are discussing how to wrap up communication with the tobacco-free campus policy and how to enforce campus security on that. In Dickinson State, they have coffee and conversation every Friday, in the first Friday of the month, where a university office volunteers to host, and then other people on campus go to that site to learn more about what they do there. They have, this is really neat, Goodie Gobble the week before finals, where the faculty and staff bring goodies for the students to get ready for finals week. They had a holiday social where 126 people attended, and they had Jean Day collection that benefited the AM Food Pantry and the House of Manna. Extremely exciting, and thank you to President Costin for this. The faculty and staff were invited to be members of each other's senates in Dickinson State. And that's something that we're trying to encourage all of our staff senates to do, is to invite their students senates and their faculty senates to be part of the staff senate and vice versa, so we can share that knowledge across boards. And we have the president stepping in to encourage that. It really works well. They also have a senator on the daycare committee. The customer service training is coming up shortly. In Lake Region here, the staff senate did a Christmas party and collected items for the Safe Alternatives for Abused Families. Mayville State Student Life, they're working with Student Life for an impact training class for all of their female students, They're working on bikes on campus, best practices and enforcement, and a bike checkout policy for their campus. Hopefully that's in spring. Minot State is collecting food for 4 food pantries, and they had a silent auction for the Domestic Violence Crisis Center. I'm almost done. NDSU had a time for reflection, for memory of faculty, staff, and students who've passed away. They collected $2,700 to go to scholarships. They did a couple of workshops, and they sat in and did the Salvation Army kettles over Christmas in their union over the lunch hour. At UND, they did Tubs of Love to donate to the Community Violence Intervention Center. They had a Christmas luncheon. They've had ongoing discussions with pathways and performance issues, and they have 2 fundraising events. One is the 31 Days of Glory, where they sell raffle tickets, and I'm proud to announce that they once again raised over $12,000. So that will be, or $6,000, that will be 12 scholarships that will go to dependents of staff for college at UND next year. And they have about $4,000 in development money that staff can ask for to go to workshops and so forth that their departments couldn't pay, or for books for a course that they're taking. So those are some of the things in addition to our governance that your staff senates are doing. A quick rundown of your governance that they have completed. At our meeting, we are asking the North Dakota PERS if we can have a representative from your state staff senate to serve on the PERS, as we're looking at 7% and 7% increases in health insurance for the next year, changes in our retirement plan, and we feel that we're representing thousands of staff members, and we'd like to be at their table when they're talking about that. So we're in the process of asking if that's a possibility. We have 2 people on the tuition waiver task force that we're hoping to have something come back to this body shortly, looking at the online and face-to-face benefits that our employees enjoy. We are looking for information on the ballot measure that is coming up regarding the State Board and the Chancellor's Office and what can and can't be distributed through our Senates and out to other people. So we're hoping to get something on that shortly. And finally, we had, probably least important, we had elections for this position, and you're stuck with me for another 16 months. So that will conclude my report, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I have a quick show of hands how many public comment people there are? Just one? Okay. Are they going to be short? Oh, okay. I know that, would you like to start us off, please, Mr. Grant?
Madam Chair, I would request permission to raise a point of personal privilege and would ask that my comments be reflected in the minutes of the board meeting, and I will provide a written copy of my comments, if permitted. Madam Chair, I would like to note the passing of Dr. Donald Naismith, a person of significant importance to me, my family, and the University of North Dakota. Dr. Naismith earned a BS in mechanical engineering from the University of North Dakota and was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the United States Air Force and was honorably discharged from the reserves as a captain in 1976. He returned to the University of North Dakota and earned a master's degree in 1959, and in 1966 a PhD in nuclear engineering from Iowa State University. He assumed the chair of UND's Mechanical Engineering Department in 1969, a position he held until his retirement in 1995. Dr. Naismith was an unselfish servant to his profession and the University of North Dakota. He received many national and state awards throughout his distinguished career. In 1994, members of the Society of Women Engineers endowed the Donald P. Naismith Scholarship at UND. Don was a strong advocate for the women in his life. Karen Nyberg, a UND mechanical engineering graduate and a NASA astronaut, gave UND's summer commencement speech in 2013 from the International Space Station. She recognized Dr. Naismith for his contribution to her outstanding education and the excellent preparation that she received. Dr. Naismith and his wife Shirley were avid fans of all UND athletics and pillar citizens of the Grand Forks community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Red means on. Yes. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words today. My name is Robert Kringler. I serve as Executive Commissioner of Government Relations with NDSU Student Government. And I guess I'd like to share some of my thoughts on the Pathways program. As we know, some important decisions will most likely be made today. Now, to me, I believe it's very clear that we all agree on the merit of increasing student success at our colleges. And I believe the primary way this will be accomplished in the Pathways program is with the new admissions index. This is so important because we can make sure we are setting up students for success and not for failure. This new index would lead to reduced remediation courses and increased graduation rates, which I believe we all want to see in our university system. But I think we need to clear the air and bring up some of the potential unintended side effects that we haven't discussed on this board. To me, it is as simple as this. If admission standards are raised, the university will lose students. Hopefully just in the short term, and in the long term, you can get back to those levels. But the question I would pose to everyone in this room is how many students are you willing to lose? Right? And there's no answer to that. That's an impossible question. But when discussing this with students at my campus, that's the reality of the situation. And what would the impacts of losing these students be? If NDSU were to lose, say, 10 to 15% of the next incoming class, how do we make up that money? Do we see student services cut? Do we see a large tuition increase? And what are the effects of those? These questions are why I believe so passionately that we need to allow the board to take a formal stance and let the campuses provide feedback formally in this setting. I'm a strong believer in using all resources available when big decisions have to be made, and I know there's a lot of PhDs behind me that are very smart when it comes to higher education. And I think if we could bring this conversation back to the campus in a formal setting, allow administrators to meet with the student leaders, and bring back our findings to the board would be incredibly beneficial. The other point I'd like to bring forward is that we've had a lot of discussions on we need more time and we need more data before we move forward, but we haven't really said what data we need. I guess I would have a suggestion on some data we need to find. I think we need to have very accurate projections as we go forward of what a potential enrollment loss could be. And I think specifically we need to know how many students would fall into the 180 to 210 range of the admissions index. We saw the data of how many students could potentially be lost at the 210 range, and we need to know how many fall in that in-between range that could potentially all still be admitted. And as we continue to push forward with the program, I think we need to give our universities as much time to create the projections to prepare to implement this program successfully. Much like we don't want to set up students to fail, we don't want to set up our universities to fail. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Robert. Okay. Any other public comment? Okay, let's take a 10-minute recess, please. If we could get the board members back at the table.
Sit down.
Sit down, Doc. Okay, we will reconvene the State Board of Higher Education meeting. Dr. Scogan, did you have some introductory comments for item number 10?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that has so excited me, being your interim chancellor, is interacting with all of your institutions. And there are so many exciting things going on. And I'm concerned that that information doesn't get to you about all the great things that are going on in the university system and out at your institutions. So what we're going to start doing, and this is the first one, is that each board meeting we will have what we're calling institutional initiatives, and allowing institutions to highlight exciting things that are going on their campus. And it'll take 10 or 15 minutes, and then we can move on to other business. But I think it's important for the board to know all the great things that are going on at your institutions. And what's really exciting, is that Grand Forks has been designated as one of only 6 locations in the United States for UAS testing and development. That's huge. It's huge for the state of North Dakota. It's huge for the community of Grand Forks. But it's also huge for your institutions, because this really is a marriage between UND and NDSU. And so I've asked Dr. Bruce Smith from UND and Dr. Kelly Rush from NDSU to give you an overview of their activities relative to UAS. So, Dr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Chancellor Scogan. It's my pleasure to be here. As you say, I'm Bruce Smith, the Dean of the Odegaard School of Aerospace Sciences at UND. And my presentation was set up to give you some background and overview and lead into the national test sites, as you mentioned. And because of limited time, I will go rapidly through the history and background, but I do have a handout for your record that really does a nice job of explaining that process and how we got to where we are today. It really started as an effort back 8 years ago to keep the Air Force Base open. And it's led to a considerable amount of funding and a considerable amount of opportunities, not only for UND, but everyone in the system, as well as partners from outside the system. I won't go into a lot of detail about the evolution. It really is probably better explained by the next slide, which is our funding leverage. And you can see this all started with a Center of Excellence funding from the legislature in North Dakota with $1 million back in fiscal year 2006. They followed that up with $1.5 million in 2007. And the takeaway from this chart really, as you can see in the very beginning, had a lot of support from the state, and the red was a lot of support from the DOD and the FAA. And you can see as the administrations changed and the approach on earmarks changed, that the federal funding started to drop off, but the state funding and the private sector funding, in terms of real cash, picked up. And if you look toward the center on the right-hand side, the cash to date's $52.8 million. Of that, state funding $18.5, and private sector cash of $10.5 million. From a state perspective, using cash alone, that's a 2-to-1 return on investment, which is a pretty good deal. Now, in-kind is one that always gets tossed around as to how you should count it, and if you do count it, it comes up to almost $60 million, which would make the state's contribution a 3-to-1 return on investment, which is also a big thing. And further down in 12, you can see that some of the projects we've been able to funnel and channel over to NDSU, which is a big thing, and there's certainly some opportunities for a lot of other partners. Here are the objectives of the Center of Excellence. Certainly the private system and private industry partnerships, cold weather site, transition from military to civil applications, more funding, develop training for everyone that touches a UAS. Apparently it's like 26-to-1. For every flight in the UAS, there's 26 people in some form or fashion that touch that aircraft. Provide commercial instrument ratings. Obviously, that's what UND does very, very well, in maintenance and other things. And certainly, President Darling and some of the other areas that you have now stepped into are things that can be a benefit to us as well. Develop commercial applications. In other words, make money. But you also need to have standards and other things, and that's what the FAA is crying for, and they're using us as a resource. Ever vigilant northern border and safely integrate UASs into the national airspace. The last big step has been to gather the airspace from the FAA as one of 6 sites. I won't spend a lot of time on this slide except to say that everybody has come up to me and said, gee, what do you use these things for? Well, the middle block there says these are just scratching the surface of applications. Precision agriculture, crop assessment, range management, wind farm maintenance, chemical applications, natural resources, law enforcement, border security, the list goes on and on. It impacts everything in North Dakota. And it has tremendous leverage, as you can see from the previous slide on financial leverage, but it also gives people an opportunity to go through their own funding sources, put a label of UAS, and gather funding from them as well. And certainly we've already attracted large manufacturers, operation, maintenance companies, everything you can imagine to North Dakota. And I have a list of those, but, excuse me, just to zero in on ag alone, here's some of the things that you can do with it. For example, vandalism of theft and crops and farm animals. What UAS provide for you that you don't have now is it provides 24/7 vigilance. So you have one of these things hovering over your farm or your ranch, and something, you wake up in the morning and you go out and you find something's wrong, you can track back and find out where it happened, when it happened, who did it, where they came from, and it's all there, just like a surveillance camera on a 7-Eleven. So there's some amazing things that these can do that are even beyond what you can do with aircraft and with personal surveillance. The private sector partners are a conglomeration of every major manufacturer in the world or the United States, along with a number of other people that bring different things to the table. The Mayo Clinic, for example, brings human factors and psychological aspects of UAVs to the table. Certainly Microsoft and the data that's produced by these things are just phenomenal. So, and some of the smaller companies in North Dakota like Killdeer. Our public sector partners, Cavalier, the FAA, Grand Forks Region EDC, North Dakota National Guard, and the Red River Valley Research Corridor. Our university partners, and we can add to this list, I think now with Lake Region. Certainly our UND Aerospace School of Sciences, School of Engineering and Mines, College of Nursing, Northland Community College brings a maintenance perspective that will, I think, be beyond Lake Region at this point, but there should be a partnership there as well. NDSU's College of Engineering and NDSU's Tech Park with Apereo Systems. I want to get down to the last two slides, which are the National Test Site Organization. This is a nominal chart of, it really isn't an org chart. It runs primarily with a direct affiliation back to UND. The director of the NTS, Bob Berglund, has a great amount of resources available to him by directly accessing the Odegaard School. The NTS authority is made up of 6 people. It's headed by the Lieutenant Governor, Wrigley. It's got the North Dakota Aeronautics Director, the Director of the Department of Commerce, the Adjutant General. There's a General Aviation Rep, and then NDSU's Vice President of Research, and myself, the Dean of Aerospace. They've listed it by title rather than name so that it perpetuates. So if I were to leave, the next Dean of the Aerospace School would be on the board. I want you to look at that authority more as a board of directors. For every intent and purpose, the NTS resides in the Odegaard School. It's housed in Clifford Hall. And most of the resources it draws from, you can see over on the left-hand side in green, are things that are related to our flight operation. And certainly there are other partners for the administration and support. Here's a number of opportunities: large, safe, all-weather flight air test or airspace to test UAVs, sensors, platform training, structures, emerging technology, excuse me, getting ahead of myself. Test airspace for technologies, attract major aircraft manufacturers, and that's already started. Capture additional airspace research funding, engineering research funding, determine commercial applications. I think some of you have seen the 60-minute clip on Amazon.com where they're using small UAVs to deliver packages. They can do that right now. If they have sense and avoid, they don't. So if they can figure out a way to keep from running into who's ever sitting on that porch, they'll be doing it. Develop national standards for operation, training, maintenance, and research. And the big one is security and privacy measures. You've heard that everywhere you go. UND has developed a compliance committee so that everything we do runs through that committee, and it really is to control the data. You have a UAV that's, say, looking at crowd or traffic control. It's gathering a tremendous amount of visual data. And let's say you find a celebrity in the crowd that's going to that particular event. You can't use that. That's not your purpose. Your purpose is traffic control. So that compliance committee regulates that so that it stays within the privacy standards of the, that everybody expects. And last but not least, I'll leave you with this thought. And you have to take a deep breath and do this all in one breath. Nowhere in North Dakota exists all the elements needed for success of the UAS Center and the National Test Airspace. It has unlimited, uncontested airspace, low population density, northern border proximity, support from the FAA, North Dakota Aeronautics, local airports, communities, federal legislative contingent, the governor, along with existing UAS missions for the U.S. Air Force, North Dakota National Guard, Homeland Security, Border Protection, tied to 2 major research universities, UND and NDSU, a premier 2-year maintenance training community college, NTSU, or NTCT, and I would say now we could add yours as well, President Darling, to that list. The largest collegiate flight training program in the country, a cold weather climate, complete with a range of flying conditions, and 2 things that no one else has. That's clear skies and open airspace. Now, if I could just get my airplanes out of the hangar, I'd be all right.
Now, if we could now transition to Dr. Rush, and then if anybody has any questions for Dr. Smith and Dr. Rush, we'll do that afterwards. Kelly, please.
Thank you.
Which one's yours?
The orange one.
Good afternoon. As I get my presentation up, as Bruce already indicated, it's my pleasure to be here. This topic of UAS, the topic of UAS is an exciting thing for the state right now. And I want to sum up as a segue as to what Bruce left off of in that so elegantly stated statement. As being a designated state, it was a team effort. And as he indicated, we were probably the most cohesive team that competed, and of the 6 test sites. And that should be a feather in the state's cap and everybody that was involved. But also to move this further, there's a test site, there's research and development. The way I look at it is there's a complete supply chain that is needed to be developed. And that supply chain will include everybody in this room, every institution, every public sector partner, because there is no pun intended, but there is space to play. There's room for everyone in this space of the needs that have to be developed from an educational perspective, from a research perspective, from high-level, PhD-level research all the way down to technician maintenance. We haven't produced these people. We have to train these people. So if there's one thing that the UAS has is opportunity for every institution sitting in this room. So I focus a little bit on NDSU. We are currently developing a roadmap for education and research activities. We are looking at what our capabilities are at NDSU. I'm not going to go over what UAS covers, but we're also looking to the outside partners, not only our private partners, but some of the public, and then our institutional partners. As I said, each individual institution cannot do this alone. But to give you some ideas of what we're working on, Bruce already brought precision ag. That's the obvious one. The UND Aero Flight Ops Group and NDSU A Group met today. They are on track for an April launch at the Carrington test site. I think there's a COA pending. And so that it'll be on corn crops. So that's a combination of Precision A components coming out of NDSU in conjunction with the UND in looking at using the experiment station for flyovers of corn crops, and that'll be done in April. And actually, that may be the first official, if FAA wants to accept it, flight of any state. And President Darnley, as we look at your Precision Ag program and how maybe some of the work at Carrington may fit into it also as we move forward down the road. So that's exciting. I mean, we were ready to go when it was announced. Technologies to improve performance and safety. Of particular note would be coatings, anti-icing. We were the only state picked due to the cold temperatures. NDSU has technology for anti-icing coatings for wind turbines. And so now they'll be looked at for UAVs. And some avionics. In conjunction, this is a true partnership with UND and our Sensi Center for Nanoscale Science and Engineering, and how do we miniaturize the electronic chips that goes into these sensors. So there's ongoing work, again, in conjunction with UND and NDSU. Big data. That cannot be understated. Everything all the data that UAS, all the UAVs collect, somebody has to do something with it. There is a gold mine out there in the world of big data. And what do? How do you collect the data coming off the sensors of these UAVs? Where does it go? How is it analyzed? And what do you actually do with it? I mean, there is a world of opportunity when it comes to the information that's going to be collected. And I'm not sure the FAA understands how much data is going to be collected. Okay. And then the transportation, infrastructure, and logistics, particularly if we look at not only our highways, but over in the oil and gas sector. Again, ongoing work between NDSU and UND Aero collaboration. This just depicts radio frequency identification tags off of a UAV connected to a pipeline so they can be monitored. Okay? And so there's already work going on in this area and proposals being prepared. And to give one example of a partnership that's underway, part of it will be discussed later on the degree program part. NDSU and NDSCS have proposed a Center for Remote Sensing Applications that will look at research design, commercialization, implementation of remote sensing applications across the board. And they'll also look at a key thing, as I mentioned, was the education. So how do we train our workforce of the future? And so what you'll be seeing later on today at some point in this is a ladder degree path between NDSCS and NDSU. And students can enter at multiple points, and they can exit at multiple points. And that's the beauty of this approach. But it does start providing some connections. If the students start somewhere, they can migrate into another university and finish a program, particularly between NDSCS and NDSU, a 4-year program from a 2-year degree program. So I don't want to say much more about that because I'm sure it'll be a topic of discussion this afternoon. But that, again, just gives you a quick overview, in interest of time, of the amount of activities and partnerships that have already been developed, and the test site designation was first announced on December 30th. And so North Dakota has moved quickly, and if I may finish with the words of Bob Becklin, who is in charge of the test site. They went to FAA last week, and when the North Dakota team left, the FAA said that they were afraid for the teams to come behind because North Dakota set the bar so high. With that, I'll close.
That is, thank you very much. This is very exciting for us to hear. Any board members, comments, questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may. This is incredibly exciting for the state. And here in one presentation, 4 institutions were talked about and are involved in it. 4 of your 11 institutions are involved in this one initiative that is a very exciting initiative. And this is the kind of stuff that's going on all over this state, all through the institutions and all through your university system. So I hope you found that as exciting as I have. And thank you, Kelly and Bruce. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, moving forward with our board business, item number 12 is the Pathways to Student Success Discussion and Action. Oh, sorry, no? Oh, Ms. Glott, I'm sorry. So it's actually the Challenge Fund. Apologize.
Madam Chair, I don't have any comments. Ms. Nesbitt is on this committee. These are just being recommended by the Grant Review Committee that's chaired by the Lieutenant Governor. Ms. Nesbitt and Mr. Escobar are on that committee, so these are just here for your approval.
Okay, so we can go ahead and ask for a motion to approve. Is there a second? Okay, second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Christy?
Mr. Espegard? Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Hofferth? Yes. Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
President Diedrich?
Yes. Okay, thank you. All right, now, moving forward to item number 12 on the discussion of pathways. As you know, we already had a meeting earlier this month introducing some of the concerns that we had as to what the goals of pathways were and the strategies for reaching those goals. And at the end of that meeting, we had a discussion with Mr. Shaft, and I think Dwayne Espegard was instrumental in that discussion also. And I asked Mr. Shaft if he would write a resolution for us to consider. And for the sake of transparency, I mean, I know I will give my opinions last, but after I read this resolution, I did speak with the Chancellor about, concerns that I had. And so myself, I'm working on some adaptations to it, but it will be a board decision. We will go through and work this out together. With that, I think everybody on the board has had an opportunity to study this resolution. I don't think that we need to have Mr. Shaft read it unless you would prefer to go through that. Okay. And I really appreciate it. I was talking to Dr. Munsky because he had handed out a document earlier today, and I thought maybe either he wanted me to present it from the Council of College Faculties, but then he informed me that he was going to bring it up during this discussion, and I think that makes total sense. And he also reminded me of how I handled the meeting last time, where everybody went around the room and had an opportunity to give their opinion on my opening statements. And so I think I will follow in that same format. But instead of me going from the west to east, because we're all sitting in one room, except for Dwayne, I think, Christy, have you been rotating through the roll call? So let's do it that way. What would be the next sequence?
Ms. Reichert?
Ms. Reichert, would you like to respond to the resolution? Or if anybody else has come up with a resolution that they'd like to present, we're open.
If anyone else would like to go first. I think I like the approach in the sense that we basically are restating the goals of our strategic plan or some of our big picture initiatives, and I think that's what our job is. I think our job is just to kind of set those big picture outcomes. What are the outcomes that we expect? And then from there, I think it's up to the Chancellor and staff to develop the methods that will achieve those outcomes. And I think that's what we had with Pathways. I think Dr. Shervani looked at what we could do, what are some of the things that we could do, and developed a plan. And I remember when we looked at it, I remember thinking, well, this all seems to make sense to me. I certainly I'm not in a position to know all the ins and outs, do all the research on my own. These guys are in a much better position than I am to decide what are the methods that they can implement to achieve the outcomes of the objectives that we've set. And from my standpoint, I look at that plan and I go, well, it came before us and we approved it and we adopted it, but I don't know that it's really, it's really the operational document. It's how we're going to achieve our outcomes. And I think, it's our job to hold the Chancellor and the Cabinet accountable for those objectives. And, again, how they decide to get there, I think we care, but it's really not our job to dictate that. And, I mean, the proof's going to be in the pudding. If it works, great. You know, if it doesn't, well, then we'll talk about, you know, what are the things that we can do to make it work. And so if they're coming to us now and saying, hey, this document that we designed or that was designed by our prior chancellor that you approved, you know, we don't think it's going to achieve the outcomes that you've set for us, the big picture objectives, we want to make changes, I don't really have a problem with that. I mean, I think what I like about this resolution is it says, okay, look, you know, we've set out accessibility. But one thing that we want to do, we do want to see, whatever you guys decide to do, we also want to see an admissions index. I think that's okay. I mean, if we want to say, look, include, you know, there are some elements of this that we really want to see. Again, big picture outcomes, and there are some things that we really want to see. But I don't want to close off, and I don't think that we're trying to do that at all, some of those other methods that they might adopt to achieve those outcomes. I think, you know, we're kind of just setting the floor for that. And so, you know, I like the approach. I do think that, you know, I have a little bit of a concern. I can't, you know, agree with it as it's laid out in particularly in the resolutions on the second page, but I think we could probably tweak it to make it work. But the bottom line for me is, you know, again, whatever methods, you know, that's not up to me. I just want to know, and I would again come back to that. I think what we really ought to be doing here is holding them accountable for the outcomes that were set up as part of the strategic plan a couple years ago, measuring those. I know we had a report, I believe in 2012, on where we were at with those outcomes and achieving them. You know, if we didn't feel like things were moving fast enough and we have, well, we also want to see this, this, and this, I think that's okay. And if that's the direction we want to go, great. But I really think that it's up to them how they choose to achieve those goals.
Thank you very much, Carrie. Dr. Jumpstead. And if you want to pass, that's fine.
I will pass.
You will pass?
I'll pass.
Okay, you will pass. Well, thank you. Madam Chair, I would like to make a couple of comments, and I'd like to go back to August of 2012, I believe it was, when we did approve this Pathways to Student Success, if I remember correctly. We had a purpose for it, and that was improved student retention. It was also improved graduation rates, and it was all geared towards the students. And we all understood at that point, at least I think we did, that it would take some hard work, and there may be some, you know, some decrease in enrollment in the short term that will lead on to improved and the right students go into the right facility in the long term. And I think the real thing, the real issue, we have to stay on focus with what this plan was, what we already adopted back in 2012. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, right, Mr. Martin.
I certainly defer to Dwayne if he's ready.
Huh. Yeah, Dwayne, are you there?
Yes, I am, but you know, it's real hard for me to communicate from this level, but I do agree with the resolution as presented. We need input. We've asked for it before. How it's implemented down the road will depend upon the information that we receive and the ultimate goal and the goal of the Pathways program. I'm 100% in favor. I think Kathy Nessett, board member Kathy Nessett, put it very well. We had a plan for this. It was to improve some of the areas that we're talking about, and I think we just need to move forward, certainly with input, again asking for input and a timeline to it so we can move in a very good, in a quick manner. I'm going to vote for the resolution.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Morton?
I think we're all in agreement that we agree with the pathways and where we were. I would like to point out that I think as we look back over the last year, the thing that happened is that the presidents never felt like they owned it. And I would like to see us get to a process where and when I say presidents, I mean the campus, and the campus is inclusive. It's deans, it's department chairs, it's faculty, it's students, but the president is the CEO. But I think we've got to leverage. I think Carrie said it very well. We've got to leverage their expertise.
We've had a real focus on admission standards, and I think admission standards is one piece of the puzzle to graduation rates, and there's other piece of the puzzle that professional educators will probably discuss. But the key is that they're involved, they're engaged. It's their plan. They own it. We will set the standard of what we want to hit, what kind of metric we want to hit. I would hope we could come to some type of consensus agreement around what kind of graduation rates we're looking for. But again, we need input from them. I'd also, in the Microsoft world, we sell software to everybody around the world, every organizations, corporations, enterprises, and we know that the manufacturing industry, that vertical is a lot different than the distribution. The retail is different. Every sector, every vertical, they have nuances. They have things that make them a little bit different, and that's not saying it's good or bad, but that's just the way it is. In higher ed, for a variety of reasons, gets accused of being slow and not being, but they have to be very deliberate because of all the stakeholders they have. And then, as Doug has pointed out, I mean, the faculty, I don't care how many faculty you have, unless they all feel like they've had some input, they have a hard time owning it. And so when things don't happen fast in higher ed, that's a reality. I'm not saying that's bad. Sometimes in the private sector we aren't deliberate and we rush ahead, and then we have to backtrack. But I'm all for giving the chancellor, the presidents, the latitude to come up with something. And I see nothing wrong with Grant's resolution. I'm be uncomfortable with the March 1st deadline. I think it's going to take more time than that. But so basically, I guess I'd conclude by saying, don't tell me how rocky the sea is, just bring the ship in. and we probably got to do it together. We've all got to take ownership of it. But I don't have, again, Carrie said, and I agree with that, I don't have the expertise to come up with a plan. And I trust the people to my right do. And then let's see where we are.
Thank you very much. Christy? Mr. Shaft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I probably should have made a couple preliminary comments since I had drafted this, but just for members of the board's information, when I agreed to do this and when I ultimately sent it to Madam Chair, I indicated it was just intended to be a draft. Mm-hmm. And I think I even included a question that I didn't know about the March 1st date. Somewhere I thought that had something to do with a previous timeline, but I don't really care about the March 1st date. So, and then I would also let you know that, being lawyerly, I suppose, I have way too many and whereases, but those are essentially cut and pastes from prior documents that we've unanimously approved. So looking for something that at least there appeared to be some general consensus on the broad view of the plan, that's essentially what that is. The meat of it, though, is the resolution. And, of course, what I'm trying to convey is that we agree with the idea that this needs to be sent back, that we do need full participation at the campus level. We need buy-in at the campus level. We want that to come back to us. I suppose if there's any challenging words in my resolution, the word succinctly. But what I'm meaning by that is I don't want, when this comes back, the board to be bogged down in volumes and volumes of, I mean, I'd like it put before us pretty frankly what the position of the campuses are as to various elements. I'd rather have some of that minutia fleshed out earlier. And we like to see that in other matters too. And, you know, I'm not saying we want one sentence positions, but just at least that at the campus level and moving on up, a lot of that gets fleshed out. I guess I don't really even know what the timeline should be, so I'm open to whatever keeps this moving along. That's fine. So essentially, that's what I'm interested in. I think once that comes back, so really all I'm intending by this resolution is that we're as a board agreeing to underscore our support for the general concept of pathways, to send it back to the campuses, to get the input that we've heard we need to get from the campuses and bring it back up to us. At that point in time, then the board needs to have some of these discussions that have been touched on already, okay? And there are some different opinions there, and you know, we've talked about things that sound like shared governance. We talk about admission standards. We talk about what authority we give to the chancellor, to the cabinet. But those are discussions when the information comes back that the board is going to have to hear and the board is going to have to decide. It's not for today, and it's not for this resolution. But I do want to give a heads up, in my view, to board members. When the time comes that this does come back, everybody blow the dust off your Constitution and read what it says about your position. This is not a shared governance system. Shared governance means something different than buy-in at the campus level. Ultimately, these types of big policies have to be board-driven. They have to be. And that is not to say anything about buy-in at the campus level, et cetera, but we are going to have likely some differences with what the campuses say. And I can tell you historically, it's not as though graduation rates and retention rates, this is the first time we've ever talked about these. We spoke about these 4 legislative sessions ago. And I can tell you it comes up over and over and over. Part of the impetus in this is that we really haven't moved much over the last 7 years. Okay? And I think if you look back, you're going to see we haven't moved much since before then. So the radicalness of this policy is it's finally the board said, we're going to push this along now. We have decided that these are some things we want to see happen at the campus level, and we're going to move it along. So between the time we pass this resolution, sending things back for comment, and the time it comes back to us, that's one of the things that I think as board members we need to back up and get our mind around is what are we ultimately trying to accomplish? Because I guarantee you we are not going to agree with everything that comes back from the campuses. And quite frankly, if we do, we're not doing our job, okay? Because we're not here, the old saying goes, if you want to be a good parent, you're not supposed to be best friends with your kids. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but there's something to say about it, okay? And so I'm all for the gathering information, and that's what this resolution is intended to do. But I do think we have to be prepared to roll our sleeves up when it comes back, because this is a big thing. This is the biggest thing that I've seen in my 7 years on this board, and it's the one chance to move things ahead. And I don't pretend to have the answers. I feel very strongly about admission standards, and I'll speak to that when the time comes. And other folks have, I agree. You've got to have a whole pool of things here to move this forward. It's not for now, but I'll leave my comments at that. If we tinker with the way it's resolved, I think you know the intention of the resolution, and it doesn't seem like we have a whole lot of disagreement on that, and I don't take any pride in authorship, so if we need to monkey with it, that's fine with me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Devin the next one? Okay, Devin.
All right, first I just want to say, I think if we are going to stick with the deadline of implementing this in fall of 2015, I believe that we really need to get rolling on this and really work at it and set very strict deadlines, because the communication is going to be key to get this out to high schoolers and all that other stuff. They're not going to have much time to prepare, and I can guarantee you this, I believe that the high schoolers are going to work harder once they realize that it's going to be harder to get in. They may hear it now, but nothing is set in stone. So either we need to work extremely hard to get this done in standards set so that everybody can be on the same page, or we need to maybe think about pushing it back. I'm not saying that that's what I think is right. I don't know if pushing it back would be the best thing, but that is one of my biggest concerns. Also, the campus presidents, we hired them to do this kind of thing. None of us have a lot of experience in higher education. They're the people that we hired, and we should be able to trust them. Not saying that we need to listen to everything that they say, but we need to at least give them a chance to give us their opinion on how things are working. Because if they're sitting there telling us that parts of this isn't going to work, it probably isn't going to work. They're the ones that sit at the campus every day and see everything that's going on. They're the experts at it. And then the whole task force on admissions index. There's many things that could be looked at. The GPA versus ACT. I mean, a lot of people fight over that. Which one is more important, GPA or ACT? Some people are horrible test takers, and some people come from schools that maybe are a little easier on them, so their GPA may be higher. Or some students take harder classes. Also, if you're a big leader, where you, in high school, you're probably going to be more successful as well. You might not be the best student, and might not be able to get into the NDSUs and UNDs, but you could still be successful. So I think there's many factors to look at there. And I think that's all I have to say on that.
Thank you. And I think next we will go to our representatives. Janice?
Thank you. I would like to say, first of all, that I believe Pathways is a wonderful concept. There is not one person associated with higher education that I have ever met that does not want to see these institutions do even better. From great to exceptional is UND's motto, but you know, I think that's everybody's motto here. We're all working very hard, and I believe, given the opportunity, that these 11 presidents will come forward and partner with us to make these institutions even better. And if it doesn't have to be just your 18-year-olds coming in and graduating in 8 semesters that we have to look at. We're talking about success of students as a whole, and it's more than that. And I look forward to getting that data from them and their input on how we can become better at what we're doing and partnering with the board in making those decisions.
Thank you very much. Dr. Munsky.
Thank you. When I made my report earlier this day on behalf of the Council of College Faculties, I alluded that the Council of College Faculties has been working with Pathways to Student Success. I alluded to how there has been discussion since the 17th of January, and that at the 21st of January, the meeting of the Council of College Faculties was held. And when I watched how this meeting has unfolded, I did not feel it appropriate at that time to have this statement read into the record, because it could have precipitated a lot longer set of questions and discussions, and we'd still be waiting for a break. I did not offer it during public comment for said same reason. However, this is the most appropriate place to read this on behalf of the Council of College Faculties. This is the statement as approved by the Council on Tuesday, January 21st, 2014. The Council of College Faculties appreciates the work of the State Board of Higher Education in developing broad goals of the Pathways Initiative. The CCF recommends that additional reflection and analysis of the Pathways Plan take place at the NDUS campuses. Further, we recommend that Interim Chancellor Scogan and the campus presidents, with significant input from the faculty, be charged with developing the operational details and metrics of the Pathways Initiative. That is the statement. That is all I am authorized to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munsky. Okay, Dr. Scogan, do you have any remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and members of the board, I'm addressing you today to encourage you to vote against the resolution as presented, which in essence simply requires the continued implementation of the Pathways to Student Success Plan as written. The minor modifications allowed by this resolution go nowhere near fixing the fundamental problems with the Pathways to Student Success Plan. In my estimation, there are two fatal defects inherent in this plan. The first defect resides in the assumption that the plan was already properly vetted by stakeholders inside and outside the North Dakota education system. This plan was rushed to implementation without proper input from those people that understand education best. Think about this. This plan was presented by a chancellor who assumed his office July 1, 2012, and who presented a plan September 20th, 2012. Although there were minor modifications made after September, those changes did not address the fundamental issues that some stakeholders have with the plan. Thus, this plan became, in effect, a top-down mandate directed at an operational level of our institutions. Prior to his leaving Bismarck this summer, even he told me that he thought he had moved too quickly on the plan. Ladies and gentlemen, this plan needs proper review by our stakeholders. The Council of College Faculties recently passed a resolution saying the same thing, and Dr. Munsky just shared that with us. The second fatal defect in this plan has to do with the fact that none of the operational strategies contained in it are based on sound research or contemporary literature. For example, once I became your acting chancellor, I was afforded the opportunity to peek behind the curtain of the system office to learn how my predecessor arrived at the numbers in the admissions index. I learned from a staff member that the total sum of research for cutoff scores involved using the search engine Google to look up enrollment indexes. These enrollment indexes were transferred to sticky notes, put on a whiteboard, and then reviewed to divine some sort of trend in the numbers. These numbers were then taken to my predecessor, who after some discussion with one of his senior staff members said, "That sounds about right." For a billion-dollar industry in the state of North Dakota, that does not qualify as good research. We need to ask research experts to use sound data to help us make decisions that will affect the future of education in the state of North Dakota. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you to defeat this motion and in place of it, empower me to work with your presidents to ensure that the Pathways to Student Success Plan has incorporated stakeholder input and that its decisions are based on good research, which will in the turn help ensure the desired outcomes. And those desired outcomes Ms. Nessa just talked about: graduation rates, retention rates, improvements, reduction in remediation rates. We can have a real effect on those by reviewing this plan fully and using data to come up with operational strategies in the plan. The resolution as written right now, even the whereas clause, contain restrictions that would not allow us to revamp the strategies that may be required for us to achieve the goal that you seek. So I ask you to vote against the resolution as presented and to replace that resolution with something that will empower me to work with your presidents to come back with you with an operational plan that will meet your goals of improved graduation rates, improved retention rates, and reduced remediation rates. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chancellor Scogan. Guess is it my turn? Mm-hmm. Yes. I don't think it'll come as any surprise to the board members how I feel about this resolution. I see very good things in the resolution, and I also see areas of concern. And I will state right up front that I agree with Dr. Scogan. I don't support the resolution as is. But my reasoning behind it may be a little different. I see this more as a governance issue than anything else. I believe that the board stepped out of its boundaries by mandating that the schools follow the pathways to student success. I think our goal, or excuse me, I think our function is for us to be a policy board, give our institutions the goals, and then have them come up with the strategies to implement those goals. So this is a difference in governance models. Exactly. Mr. Shaft would say that we should be sending down, a little bit more top-down, and that we won't agree with the institutions. I'm saying we give them the goals. If they do not fulfill the goals, they will be evaluated by not fulfilling those goals. And so, yes, it's a different philosophy, and it's one that the roles and responsibility task force is addressing. I know I've mentioned at multiple board meetings that we're looking at policy governance, and in policy governance, the board sets the goals, the presidents interpret what those goals are, come back and tell us how they're going to fulfill them, and then they are evaluated on their success in fulfilling those goals. So that's where I think we have a difference of opinion. That being stated, any other comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Because so much of this conversation is about your institutions and the presidents that run it, might I suggest that you find out from the presidents their position on this as well?
Yes, if the presidents be willing to address this issue, I'm open to hear your opinions. Or if you're in support of Dr. Scogan's closing remarks, I would like to know that too. Would you like to do this as a group and say, yes, we agree, or would you like to speak individually to this topic?
What would you like, Madam Chair?
Well, I think I'm hearing that our vice chair would like to hear individually from the presidents of support, not support, or just your opinion on the discussion that we've had today with pathways. Oh, okay, you know what, we're going to, Ray Nadolny is in the second row there.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I think it's clear that all the presidents support the pathways models. I remember last year, Chancellor Shervani asked us to get together to do a dual credit, one dual credit system that was one rate. And the community college presidents got together and did that rate. And then the governor's model came during that whole implementation stage, and we changed the fiscal structure, which actually changed our ability to implement that one rate. When we went back to looking at the calendar and the schedule for the pathways model, we then went back to look at this rate again, and in order to address that rate, we ended up with a rate that really gave us one rate, but just impacted one college, which was mine. I have students that are going to pay 15% more in the dual credit rate, and that's really the only way that you can make one rate. So I guess the concern that I have is that I don't know about the criteria for index because we're open enrollment, but like the access piece and other pieces have some unintended consequences. Some of that is a result of just things that took place last year with the governor's model and that funding proposal, which is an unbelievably great model for our system. The tuition model also, if we look at that and what we wanted to do with pathways and access, could be a 20 to 40% increase. So a lot of these things, as we look at that schedule and we want to move them to as a system, sometimes, again, creates an unintended consequence for the institution. So again, I'm a big believer in that pathways model, but for the ability to go back, to look at that, to see the changes that just took place over this last year, and to bring that back to you would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Well, I'd certainly want to thank the Chair and the Chancellor for the opportunity, along with the Board, to express my support for the philosophical position that the Chair just articulated, and certainly the position that the Chancellor has requested, which essentially permits broad policy-related goals delivered through the Chancellor's office to the campuses, where we can establish the mechanisms and the operational policies that will get us to achieve those goals. And I think this is essentially what the Chancellor is asking for. I've been very impressed over the last several months as I watch the way UND and NDSU have worked together around the issues we're searching out. How do we succeed just on the admissions index alone, that issue alone? It's very clear to me that within our mission-driven institutions, we have very different risks and very different solutions to achieve the general goals that you and all of us certainly agree on. So I would speak in favor of supporting the Chancellor's position. I do believe that we've got a philosophical difference going forward, and I personally feel that these conversations have been extremely healthy for higher education in North Dakota going forward. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the Board.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak toward this. And I have to admit, feeling a little troubled that we're having a debate about philosophy instead of a debate about higher education. Because what we're supposed to be talking about is the best interest of higher education in the state of North Dakota. Conservatively speaking, I'm guessing you're looking at 300 years of professional leadership and expertise in the leadership of colleges and universities. We get conceptually what we want to accomplish. I don't think you've ever heard of any resistance from any of the presidents about getting and agreeing with the concept of what pathways, and I would fully support and encourage the approach Dr. Scogan has asked for, which is the ability to take advantage of those 300 years of higher education experience in achieving those goals. It's as simple as that. It's about getting the job done. It's not about political positioning. It's not about philosophy. It's about higher education in the state of North Dakota. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity. I would fully support the Chancellor's recommendation before the Board. We can get you where you want to go and do it and not jeopardize our students or our institutions in that process.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman and board members, thank you very much for the chance to speak. I'm a big believer in collaborative management. That's what I do. When people collaborate and agree, they get excited, they get empowered, they get a lot done, there's efficiency, and they get to share in the results and feel good about it. So that's who I am. And if we have to take a little step backwards, because face it, we have a little struggle going here. Sometimes if you take a step back and get yourselves together, you can move ahead faster. And I think we all would like to do that. So I would support the resolution and appreciate the chance just to say that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Board, Chancellor, I would be in agreement with my colleagues that I think we need some additional look. All of you certainly recognize the institution where I currently reside. It went through its issues. And among the things, for example, we're fully in compliance with the index for admission of students that came in this year, both in the fall and in the winter semester, and for the class we're admitting for next year. But there are a number of other issues and so on that are troublesome, and this has caused some concern among our leadership. The chair came and was our commencement speaker at our December commencement, and our cabinet gathered and talked, I thought, in a very reasoned manner about some issues. We're fully in agreement with the philosophical piece, and I will just offer a personal comment. The first time I heard the Board articulate what the purpose of Pathways was during your January 17, 2014 conference call. It had never been, at least, and you can tell by the voice, I come from a place that's rather slow, but I had not heard the Board articulate the reasons, and in the sense that Gary talked about, the sense of the leadership course I teach, people tend to go a place where they understand where they're being asked to go. So I think that is something that's helpful, and giving us a chance to work on it. I think we will achieve those goals, and I think I have heard all my colleagues say, and I will say, we will be held accountable for that. So I support a modification to what's before you now.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Lake Region State College and myself, we fully support the principles outlined in Pathways. But we do want to take a step back and make data-driven decisions. We don't want to risk students and their success by making hasty decisions without data to back them up. And so we fully support the principles and support the Chancellor's recommendation on how we get there, and ready, willing, and able to do what we need to do to get it done. Thank you.
From where I sit, it looks as if my colleagues at the four-year schools have more issues with Pathways than we do at the two-year schools. But I can give to you an example, I think, that was reflected in today's board agenda that helps me understand the consternation that I think some of my colleagues have with Pathways in its present form. I think it was 2 years ago, Chancellor Schiavone visited with me, indicated that we were going to become an independent campus, and that was going to happen. This was in August, and that was going to happen in December. And my response was, well, we better discuss this topic with people in the community, our faculty and staff, and our students to see what they think, and also asked if Dr. Fuller had been in the loop. Dr. Fuller had not been in the loop, and I was told not to get him into the loop. Put me in a difficult spot. I mulled over that for about a month or so and decided that my direct report is to Dr. Fuller. I needed to tell him what was on the deck here. So I did that. But anyway, and I'll make a long story short, the former chancellor said that he was going to come to Botno in December. He's going to have a campus meeting and make an announcement that we were going to become an independent campus. Now, that's not to say that that's a good or bad idea, but it goes to, I think, the lack of vetting and the lack of discussion that went into making decisions that I think is reflective of what's driving the divisiveness with the Pathways in its former or in its present form. And by saying that, I think it's obvious that I support Chancellor Scogin and his resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Madam Chair and members of the board, I wasn't in a presidential position when this was first forwarded, but I can tell you from an Administrative Affairs Council perspective, there wasn't significant vetting of the plan, at least from my perspective. I didn't think there was. BSC is supportive of Chancellor Scogin. I think we're also going to see aspects of Pathways implemented, but there needs to be a step back. It needs to be properly vetted, and we can still accomplish what needs to be accomplished.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, everything I've heard pretty much reflects what I think. I do want to get to some details that I think has riled my campus for a whole year, and that's basically the fact that our campus saw features of Pathways to student success that were not at all well thought out, that didn't reflect current practice, that was sort of imposed on us. They ask at 2 different times, very politely and professionally, that we take a year to consider this, and we look at it and we study it. We bring somebody in and look at the features of it. And I think that caused a great deal of consternation on my campus because we were ignored. Our voice was ignored. And it made me particularly concerned because so many of the people who were talking to me were experts in remediation, who were experts in true learning in the classroom, who would work with individuals that had a tough time learning. And it wasn't ACT scores. It was something totally different from that. It's much more complex than just having a couple of scores and then deciding you're not going to admit them and then somehow your graduation rate goes up. I think what we understood, all of us understand, that we're all concerned about graduation rates. I'm concerned about the perception that we don't care about student success. We work our tails off every day. Every day we've got programs on our campus that are devoted to student success. We've got TRIO programs, we've got special Title III programs that all they are focused on is helping students succeed. So when we talk about philosophical agreement, sure, we agree that student success is, we work every day, 10 hours a day for student success. That's no question about it. My concern is that what this is looking at, and some of the features like remediation, there are much more sophisticated ways to deal with remediation that we haven't even touched on. And I'm very encouraged by the kind of discussions that are going on with these task forces about how do you make remediation work? I used to be the director of a writing center a number of years ago. And what we found out was that students can't be just excluded from a campus and said, well, go someplace else and improve your writing and then come back. That doesn't work. What we found out is the best way to approach a remedial student in writing is to have them work in concert with their classroom. If they're taking writing, they get specialized support with the classroom exercises so that it works in tandem. That is the best way to help them succeed. That is what we do to succeed and make sure that there is student success. Now, I'm also questioning this whole notion of graduation rates. I think we need a real serious conversation about what we mean by graduation rates, because we talk about that as some kind of pie-in-the-sky goal. Graduation rates are very complex. IPEDs are very complex. Students do not attrit because necessarily they have an academic problem. Our information shows that they leave schools because they have financial issues, they got marital problems, they transfer to a different school, they have issues with the Minot Air Force Base. We have more and more issues showing that we have a complex and a dynamic on our campus that has to be attended to. I wish it would be as simple as to saying, let's bring in some people with 22 ACTs and they're going to make it. That isn't what's going to happen. But I still think we need to focus on graduation rates and retention, but in a very smart way. And my view is, as Larry pointed out, we're not doing it in a smart way. What we need to do is sit and consider it, look at the people who know how to do this, learn from it, and then make a very strong stab at making sure our students succeed, because that's our responsibility. That's what we do. So thank you for your time.
Okay, I think we've heard from everybody. Yes, Mr. Shaft.
I'll take the lead from President Costin, and maybe I'm a little slow too. But the purpose of a resolution is to resolve. And contrary to what anybody thinks, the only resolve in a resolution is what we resolve. So for purposes of my draft, I could care less if everything above now therefore is deleted. Okay? And if that has led to any of this discussion, those are essentially regurgitations of things this board has already acted on, but means nothing for purposes of this resolution. So then I turned my ear to, as we went around the horn with all of the presidents, and when I read the resolution, it says the board continues to fully support the Pathways Plan along with its implementation with the previously established time frame. Well, maybe we disagree a little on the time frame now. But to the meat of it is that the board wants to further ensure that the campus leadership has had every opportunity to review and comment on the Pathways Plan. Next, it says that the campus leadership for each of the 11 institutions shall provide the board with any suggested revisions to the Pathways Plan, subject to the following, which is the timeline. And at least in my ear, that's exactly what our presidents just told us. So the question maybe I would have for the acting chancellor is, what is the difference, except for the part where we turn all authority over to you?
Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. I think the difference is that what you're saying in number 3, that the campus leadership of each of the 11 institutions, we're a system. We have task forces that are made up from, right now, from all over the system that are trying to look at these very issues. What should an index, admissions index, look like? What should remediation look like statewide that includes K-12 and not just telling the community colleges that they're going to be responsible? How would you put that together? We've got task forces that are looking at that stuff. Those task forces are going to come together with the Chancellor's cabinet, and we can make recommendations to it as a system. What is clear in here is that each president is supposed to succinctly write down, like a school assignment, write down what he doesn't particularly like and what his suggestion might be, and then each president has to come to the board. So what I'm saying, it's not just empowering me, it's letting your system operate and let us work with the task force of the 11 institutions to come back with a unified resolutions, or solutions, I should say, solutions to how do we get at this. You know, Mr. Schaaf, I want remediation rates to go down, but I believe it's far more complex than just saying, well, have the community colleges do it. It's far more complex. We're going to have to partner with K-12. We've had, the chairwoman talked about this dinner we had the other night with K-12, and the legislature was involved and we were involved, having a real conversation of how do you devise a program of education, like P20 program of education, that allows us to reduce those remediation rates. How are we going to do that?
But Mr. Chancellor, that's precisely the type of information we're asking to get back. That's not what we're discussing today. My understanding of the hierarchy of higher education is you have a board, then you have a chancellor, and then you have institutional presidents. I don't think any of the presidents here want any of these task force findings to bubble up outside of their chain of command. I'm certain of that. Well, so my understanding is it would bubble up through the presidents and be presented to the board. Now, if what you're saying is you would like the presidents to present to you and then you present to the board, that's fine, but I suspect they would want to have the mic now and then in discussing these issues. So, I mean, we're getting bogged down in semantics here.
Right, I agree.
But what I will tell you, and my trained ear did detect a difference, and the difference was turning over authority for pathways to the chancellor. This has to be, in my view, in my very strong view, a board-driven policy at all times. That can never be abdicated. And I will tell you this, if this board abdicates this, Madam Chair, you have just presented the greatest advertisement for the passage of the measure that you could ever present. Because we will have abdicated our duty as a board to implement what uniformly across this state the stakeholders have believed is one of the most important things the board has done. So I don't want to get washed out in semantics here. I think we're all saying we're in favor of sending it back to the campuses. Whatever timeline you need, take it. I think that's what the campuses said they want. They want to report back to us. So I'm not really interested in the history of Chancellor Schiavone. You've almost been Chancellor as long as he was now. It's time for us to move on and take some ownership here, okay? And so we want it sent back. We want it to bubble up. We want input exactly as it says. I don't care if you mess with this or not. But I do not agree that this board has any business turning this completely over to the Chancellor and the presidents. And that's what my ear heard. And I might be wrong. But if it's just down to changing something in here, that's fine. But I don't see a lot of difference between what this resolution says and what I heard from the presidents.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And I think, you know, Grant, you've kind of highlighted on something that bothers me about pathways. And I think that there's common ground here, no problem. But I think the biggest problem I have with pathways is, all right, so we've told them do this and that by X date, okay? And if they do that, they've done exactly what we asked. And if our outcomes haven't improved, whose fault is it? I would think it's ours. And so we better be really darn sure that everything that we're asking them to do is designed to achieve our outcomes. And so, you know, so I hear what you're saying. Hey, you know what? You can over-collaborate. You could easily, I mean, people do it all the time. And at some point, somebody's got to be making that decision. We need a quarterback in the huddle, right? Someone's got to make the call and move us forward. And I think what I hear you saying is, look, you know, we wanted a more effective system. We wanted better outcomes. We want to prove to the state that they're getting a solid ROI on their investment. And we weren't moving the needle. And so, you know, HR analogy, and I don't mean to, you know, be disparaging to anyone in making this, but I mean, if you have an employee who's not performing adequately, you don't do their job for them, you put your thumb on them, right? And you maybe coach them a little bit better. Now, I don't think that analogy totally applies here, but I think, you know, if we felt like our objectives weren't being met, I think we put a thumb on it. And I think that's kind of what we're trying to do here. And that's kind of why I liked the way this was written, is we're saying, okay, look, you know, we've given you some general goals and objectives, but we're going to add a couple other specific directives. And I can be okay with that. An emissions index, I don't have a problem with that. But I want them to be the ones to tell us what the right numbers are and why, and what the right things are and why. And so rather than maybe adopt this resolution, what I would suggest is, you know, that we direct them to show us the research on what it's going to, you know, what are the things that will achieve the outcomes we've set out. And rather than just letting them go off and trust that it'll happen in 2 years, we say, okay, yeah, show us what you're going to do. And I think that's kind of what you're saying. And I mean, I think that's what they're saying. You know, is that really all we're asking for, is to say, okay, we want to be really sure that you guys are doing the right things to achieve the outcomes we've set, so give us the research. And I think we can set timeframes on it. I think we hold people accountable for that. And maybe it is a short window. We've been talking about this a long time. I'd almost rather not send pathways back. I mean, as it's written, to have more hemming and hawing back and forthing, going back and forth over, is this right or wrong, as opposed to just saying, hey, let's, you know, open the universe again. What are the things we can do to achieve these objectives? And so, you know, that would be my suggestion for a resolution, is to say, look, you know, we want some solid suggestions by X date. We want a plan from each of you or from the system, and we want reasonable timeframes attached to it. And we'll decide if they're reasonable, and you can, you know, tell us why they are or aren't, and go from there. I guess I'd rather take that approach than, you know, kind of reiterating that we will do all these things, because again, at the end of the day, I don't want to be on the hook for something if it's not actually going to improve outcomes.
Madam Chairman?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Warren.
I listened very closely to Grant and very closely to Larry, and I have a hard time. I guess I'm just not seeing the difference between Larry's resolution and Grant's resolution. I see much more common ground than anything else. And I think the purpose of resolution is not to get specific about things. We leave the specifics to the campuses. To my way of thinking, we empower the presidents, we empower the campuses, we want them to come up with a plan that they own, that they believe in. And again, we'll I'm sure have some ideas and some suggestions, but hopefully they're going to have the right metrics and stuff. But we're going to, what is if you can only have one metric to measure student success, what is it? Am I naive in thinking that it's graduation rates? Is that naive? If you can only have one metric to measure student success, what is it? And I know, and I get tired of hearing iPads get beat up. It's not like, are we the only state that has marital issues with their kids? Are we the only state that goes through this? No other state does? But the thing I like about iPads is apples to apples. And it's a database, it's a national database, but it's apples to apples. And every state has the same issues that we face, but they're graduating students at a higher rate. So I guess I'm having a hard time seeing the difference between the two resolutions. I'd have a hard time voting that this is better than that. I just can't see the difference. I think they're both giving the power. We want the presidents, we want them to come back with a plan that you believe in, that you own. And then then we've got to give us some metrics that we can measure you by, and if you're hitting those metrics, great, and if you're not, we have to get somebody coached up, or we have to make changes. Is that too simple?
Madam Chair, maybe for purposes of moving this along, I'd offer the following amendments to the resolution if the board members have it in front of them. As to number one, I would have number 1 just read, the board continues to fully support the Pathways plan, period. That eliminates its implementation within the previously established time frame. We all, I think, recognize we want to move it along. Leave number 2, that ensures the campus's leadership has every opportunity to review and comment. As to number 3, that the campus leadership for each of the 11 institutions, I would add, and the chancellor, shall provide the board with any suggested revisions to the Pathways plan, period. And if we want to pick a date, and I guess I don't know the dates that work, but if we want to pick a date that's workable, and I think with that language, we've probably accommodated what everybody's concerned about.
And I would recommend we get feedback from the chancellor and his cabinet about what it's a reasonable time frame.
Oh, yes.
I would agree with that. We need to hear what that time frame needs to be, because I've heard from a couple of the campuses that they're concerned about telling their students for fall what to do. So what is the right date? Do we push it out so you have more time to develop it, or do we set it up quickly so that you can tell the incoming students what they need to have happen? So I would strongly encourage other board members to agree with me on this and get that information and get it quick.
Okay, okay. So we are removing that first section as far as the whereases from the other, because I do think I would still like to have some of those goals in there, maybe without everything afterwards, you know, that we are still have a goal for access, quality, affordability, accountability, and learning. Can we put that back in there? And then...
Yeah, I was just addressing the resolution portion.
Yeah.
To me, the earlier comments, I think they should be in there. I guess I didn't think anything about it was inflammatory. I mean, I don't think it binds us on anything. It just basically states from whence we came.
Well, okay, and that's what I would like to know, because if I'm reading through this and it talks about emission standards would have indicators of GPA, core subject, that does not tie us to that. We need some latitude now that we're working with the DPI as to possibly this P through 20 type concept. I just don't want to get locked in.
Right, and I believe that's where we were, but we're asking for revisions. And so if we decide to revise that we're eliminating that altogether, that's how we revise it.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, could I just add one, just for clarity? I would hope that we could come together as a group, the Chancellor and the Cabinet and the Board, and come to, that we agreed upon metrics that come to a consensus agreement. I have to think that reasonable people can come to that kind of an agreement, that these are the metrics that you want to be measured by and that you will take ownership of, and that and we need your input. I don't want to set the metrics without your input.
Okay, thank you.
Chair?
Yes.
I mean, one thought I had was, do we take these components of Pathways, you know, dump them in as action items, or the metrics in the strategic plan? I mean, because there are some out there, and I really think there will come a time where we need to sit down and go over that. And are these outcomes still relevant, and are these, you know, metrics still relevant? Because I agree with what you're saying. I mean, I think graduation rates has to be part of that discussion. I mean, you know, is it the only metric? No, but it's got to be.
I'm willing to keep an open mind. If there's a better metric, great, I'd love to hear it. If there is, super. Let's move on. If there isn't, let's move on.
Okay. Yes.
Doesn't graduation rate encompass all of these things? Don't you have to meet the standards to graduate? So aren't we all saying the same, that we have to work towards these standards, and our current rankings are not where any of us want to be? Go back to the facts. Go back to, you know, Dawn's comments here. I think we need to do improvement, and that's what this method will bring. But what Grant is saying, it does need to be a board issue. We can work together. We can collaborate on it, work quickly, and bring it back to the board.
Yes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, to move this along, I'm going to move the resolution with the amendments that I proposed, with the exception that I would leave subparagraph A in there. I would leave the date blank, and I would ask that we leave that to the discretion of the Chancellor to determine what date is workable. to have those reports back. He'll have the ability to engage the campuses on what's reasonable.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have, that was a motion. Do we have a second? Was it a motion, or is that just a, yeah? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second. Any more discussion? Okay, Christy.
Mr. Hofferth?
Yes.
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Espegard? President Diedrich?
Diedrich votes yes. All right. We are moving on to our financial and facility consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve item 13 through 17?
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second.
Jelmstead?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Espegard? Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
Mr. Hofferth?
Yes.
President Diedrich?
Yes. Okay. Next on the agenda is academic consent. We have item 18. It looks like NDSU and UND and Wilson State. Does anybody want to pull that, or can we go ahead and have a motion to approve?
Move to approve the consent agenda item 18.
Thank you.
Is it just 18?
I think it's just 18. Second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Christy?
Shaft votes yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Hofferth?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Espegard? President Diedrich?
Yes. Okay, item 19, we have the first reading on our policies for the Academic Research Student Affair Committee, the Audit Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee. It looks like we also have the Chancellor, Commissioner of Higher Education Authority and Responsibilities, and a Human Resource Policy.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Could we call on General Sogsveen to run through those for you,
I would
please?
very much appreciate that.
Thank you.
Chair, members of the board, realizing I'm the only thing between now and 5 o'clock, I will be very brief. There are 5 proposed policies for first reading. You may recall that at the November 21st board meeting, these policies, these drafts were circulated during the time of the meeting, and because there wasn't an opportunity to adequately review them, they were taken off the table. So what we did, the staff did, is took the policies and the drafts, reviewed them, and did some editing and are resubmitting them, assuming that you want 3 committees to be established. This would establish 3 separate committees. One under 302.1 is the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. And you will note that that's in red line format, and I did it that way to show you what the staff edits were, the proposed changes from the policy that you previously had. The second one, 302.2, is a new, is an audit committee, and this is primarily proposed as a standalone audit committee. And the third, 302.3, is a standalone budget and a finance committee, so that the budget and finance committee are separate from the audit committee because those functions should be kept separate.
The fourth one is 304.1, and this is a recommendation that I'm making to the board that as long as there are 2 members of the board on the grant review committee, that the board delegate the authority for final approval to the chancellor so that you wouldn't have to re-review all of the grant applications over and over again. And my thinking is that that allows you more time to focus on discussions like you just had a few minutes ago. And I'm sure that if either one of the board members on that grant review committee has a concern, they can raise that concern with the chancellor. So this basically authorizes the chancellor for final approval. And the fifth one is the human resources policy, and that has gone through the councils and vetted very thoroughly, and it's an attempt to clarify leave policies. So those are on the table for first reading. I also wanted to list those that are under review so that you have a heads up about the ones that we're looking at. There is one to update the honorary degrees. There's a very important one, 611.2, having to do with intellectual property, and that has a lot of implications. The third one has to do with updating the theft, fraud, and abuse policy at a time. It just needs to be updated. And the fourth one under review is an appropriated funds reserve, and I can assure you that that one's going to get a lot of discussion too. But I wanted to give you a heads up. So I'll try to answer any questions that you may have about these policies.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes.
General, and this might be directed even to Laura. I think Christy told me our next meeting is February, which in theory would be when we can adopt these. And this still works for you, Laura, as far as our budget process. I mean, I'm getting a little nervous. I know the year I was president, you were all over me a long time ago to get going on the budget process. And so I'm thinking we're getting pretty far down the road, and I'm worrying that we're not going to even have that committee in front of us until February.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, the end date for budget approval on the operating budget is here. The end date is for the board to approve the operating budget request, hopefully at your April 24th meeting. So the question becomes, how many times would that committee meet prior to that April 24th? At a minimum, we're expecting that the Chancellor would present his recommendation to the Budget Finance Committee probably about the beginning of April. So that gives you some time in between that meeting, the beginning of April, and the April 24th board meeting. But if you want to have a meeting before that to engage in more dialogue and discussion, then we'd have to back up from that April, 1st of April meeting, let's say.
Well, and I'm just thinking that we likely, upon a motion, would be approving this first reading. I don't see anything that's objectionable because we're essentially reestablishing what we had, excepting separating budget, finance, and audit in there. And I'm just wondering, maybe at least to the budget and audit, are we able, and I need somebody procedurally who knows more than I do, but can we waive our second and can we approve that today? And we could get that committee constituted?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'd certainly let Marie ask the question about waiving the second reading.
The other option would be, even if you wait until the February 27th meeting to approve it, if at least at that same meeting you could appoint the members of the Budget Finance Committee, so that then we could schedule a meeting in March if that were appropriate. Because quite honestly, I think it will be after the February 27th cabinet discussion that we'll probably have better information to put in front of you anyway for a meaningful discussion.
Okay. So maybe we don't need to, as long as you think you're comfortable with that. And I guess what you're saying is it's going to require some heavy lifting on the members of that committee
Madam
when
Chair,
that time comes.
members of the committee, yes, and we may just have to hold some meetings that are spaced fairly close together to keep us on the right time frame.
Okay.
Yeah, and also, excuse me, Grant, but we were looking through this earlier as to having a provision in here, because most of these policies say that the members will be appointed at the May meeting. So we need a provision for the chair to have an interim committee to carry this through. So we have to look at those policies. And or we could have a vote for an interim committee meeting. But so there are a few, what I would say, glitches in here. Sometimes it's the board chair is doing it. Sometimes it's an election of the board. So there's not consistency within the policies, which is why I would say I would not want to adopt it today. But if Laura has time, if we do this in February, then we certainly could have a provision to appoint people to that.
And as a suggestion, I would strongly suggest then anybody who's interim on those committees be anticipated permanent members, because it's going to be a tough relearning process down the road. So, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, one other comment. I've also suggested a cover sheet on these action items, a one-page cover sheet that identifies 8 paragraphs, what the issue, what the proposed motion is, what are the legal and financial implication, and what the Chancellor's recommendation. And I'd like to institute that process if that's okay with the board.
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
Before I forget, since we're talking about the audit committee, Tim Carlson, would you please stand up? We have hired our chief auditor, and he waited till 5 o'clock before I acknowledge him. I apologize for that. But welcome, and we look forward to working with you. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just for pointing this out, it sounds very self-serving, so forgive me, but if you look at the makeup of the committees that have been established, board members, voting board members are all eligible to be appointed. One committee specifically names the faculty representative as an ex officio non-voting member, but the staff member is not mentioned on any of those committees. So if we could just look at that, I think that my predecessors, if not me, would be well-served on any committee, and I would hope that we could be included.
Okay, thank you, Janice. All right, I believe we're moving on to the President's reports. I'll let you decide who speaks first. That works.
Thank the chair and the board for the chance to present a little bit about the University of North Dakota, and I'll be very brief. By way of a very preliminary statement, about a month ago, the Higher Learning Commission sent the initial draft to my office for our reaccreditation. The only comments that we could make on it were corrections of errors in fact. I'm very pleased to tell you that the draft that I received was uniformly positive. I do not have yet the final draft, but I expect that we will be fully reaccredited. We have a new $10 million grant in the School of Medicine and Health Sciences. It's a Center of Biomedical Research Excellence grant in the field of epigenetics. This will complement another COBRE grant in the neurosciences. These grants span across the entirety of the institution and even affect some of the other schools within the system, as well as our tribal colleges. I should also tell the board that we are searching for 2 new deanships. One new deanship and a vice presidency due to retirements and returning to the faculty. We will be looking for a vice president for research and economic development and a dean for the College of Business and Public Administration. Our two major building projects are on schedule. Both the School of Medicine, Health Sciences, and Law, I believe, are going to come in on time. The progress is very, very good. And then just to add one kind of a period to Dean Smith's comments about UAS UAV, the UND Aerospace Flying Team earned its 16th national championship just a few weeks ago.
I don't have a plane anymore, so I can't have a flying team. Much like UND, NDSU right now, when people ask me how it's going, frankly, I'd say everything we touch is turning into gold. This is the best time in the history of North Dakota State University. Research productivity is continuing to go up in spite of national declines on that front. Enrollments are continuing to go up. Course loads are continuing to go up because of the Student Success Tuition Plan, which leads to on-time graduation and graduation rates that we've been talking about a lot today. National visibility is unquestionably at the highest it's ever been. And frankly, in every ranking I'm aware of, whether it's the Carnegie Commission, the National Science Foundation, even the U.S. News and World Report, which most people don't take too seriously anymore, our rankings continue to go up. This is an exciting history-making time for NDSU, and you feel it on the campus. You feel it in Bismarck. You feel it across the state. People are excited about UND and about NDSU and what your two research universities are doing, and it's a real pleasure to be at NDSU while we're doing it. Thank you.
I think I'll use my time, Madam Chair, to encourage the board, particularly with your recent discussion here about setting up your budgets and leading into the next legislative session. We're spending more and more of our time in front of economic development, in front of the Department of Chamber, in front of business people, and we are at a tipping point in this state with a workforce. There are not enough people in this state. So as you lay out your plan for the future, I hope you heavily consider how you can help the state's economy by helping us to attract the workforce and educate and train the workforce that North Dakota needs today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, committee members, this is our 125th birthday of our campus. We have good news. This is the fourth year in a row we've just set record enrollments. Both fall and I just heard today spring should be up again, another maybe 3.5% or so. And that doesn't include 96 students taking graduate credit in education from our campus. So we've got a lot of students this year and we're excited about that. And I also just got a message, we just received another $40,000 grant. We have a campus-wide leadership program going on. It's all privately funded. That makes $400,000 we've raised in the last 2 years for that, because that's another measure in our minds of success too. They graduate, but what kind of citizens are they, and what do they do beyond just work and successful employment? So we're excited about that. And our ladies basketball team is ranked 13th in the nation right now, so thank you.
Thank you. Things are looking very positive in your university and the other time zone. We're seeing some positive things this spring, particularly related to some enrollments and also recruiting for next year. We look forward to hosting you in April, and you're having a chance to see some of the things, so I won't go into some of those exciting developments, and I hope to get back for at least part of a couple of basketball games tonight, so I'll keep it short.
Madam Chair, members of the board, first of all, thank you for holding the meeting here on our campus. It really involves our campus and our community and gives them a chance to see how the board works. So we appreciate the opportunity to host you. Since the board was here last February, we commissioned our wind turbine. Everything electronic you've been using today has been powered by our wind turbine. So we've been generating power and using it to power the campus since February 15th of 2013. So we're excited about that. This fall we opened up the Dakota Precision Ag Center, and that's what Dr. Smith was referencing in his presentation on UAS, and we've joined the UAS Center of Excellence at UND and are participating in that, and we're focusing on precision agriculture using both UAS satellite imagery, product development, and they've been doing action research with a couple of Center of Excellence grants for the past 5 years, so we're excited about that. And finally, our Erlandson project is under construction. When I drove by this morning, they had the south wall and the northwest wall up, and they were putting the structural steel up. It'll be enclosed here in a week or so, and be well on the way towards completion, and we're still on schedule to have students in the facility next August. So with that, thank you.
Like a lot of communities in North Dakota, there's a severe child care crisis in Botno. Folks cannot find child care for their children. So there is a collaborative agreement between the Economic Development Commission and the college to build a child care center on campus. The construction has started, and the target date for children to enter the program is June 1st, and it has capacity for 51 children. So that'll be a boon not only for the college but for the community as a whole. Also, we work hard at trying to make underprepared students successful on our campus with developmental coursework, with a robust retention program, and we think it's showing some real results. Last year we started to talk about how we have plenty of students who are very well prepared, so shouldn't we do something to add some value to their education as well? Thusly, we started a honors program on our campus last year. This year, at the end of the first semester, those students did for their faculty and for the administration an honor symposium where they presented the results of their research, and then we had dinner with them. It was a great evening, and it's a tradition that we're going to continue. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, this evening we're back in Bismarck, we're wrapping up our 35th annual Energy Generation Conference. That's a premier industry conference that we partner with the energy industry on in developing the workshops. There's 2,600 people that attend. We sell vendor booths, 251 of them sold out, so there was no additional vendor space. Those booths sold out in 7 minutes. The good news is next year the Civic Center is going to be doubling in size practically, and so it'll be interesting to see how many vendor participants we'll have next year with the conference. But that is a premier opportunity. We also premiered this year BSC is celebrating our 75th anniversary. As a college, we were established in 1939. We premiered our documentary celebrating 75 years, the story of BSC. A number of interviews, 60 individuals were interviewed for that. A couple of them recent principals involved with the college who've just recently passed away, so it was a real tribute to their efforts and others over the years, but a really nice success, and we premiered that to a large audience last week for the first time. It'll be shown a number of times throughout the year, and we'll be doing a year-long celebration of the anniversary. And then finally, we received word 39 out of 40 of our ADN and practical nursing and associate degree nursing students passed their licensure exam. So we're very pleased with that as well.
Madam President, members of the board, a lot of things going on. One of them being that we're still involved very heavily in our centennial celebration, and it's a fun time on campus, so we're doing well. Last couple nights ago, we had our students in our residence hall operations held a fundraiser for pennies to support cancer, and our whole dome was just packed full of kids and others going to booths and playing games, so it was very, very nice. We also had a full house at our symphony on Saturday night. We're making great progress on our Herb Parker athletic complex, which will begin building probably in February. And also the maintenance facility that was approved as bids have gone out, and we are going to plan to move ahead on that. I am looking very closely at enrollment. Enrollment has been a concern, I think, for all of us. Our out-of-state enrollment has great increases, as have our international numbers. Our off-campus centers in Bismarck and Fargo have been very, very positive and strong. Our Minot Air Force Base enrollments have dropped precipitously, though, because they have a tuition assistance program out there that they had a complication on how you sign up for that. So I think that was the reason for that. Transfer numbers look very good. Our Native American numbers are going down, and we really have to look and see how we can address that issue. Got a business dean search in progress right now. 2 very strong candidates who will be coming for campus interviews, and I wouldn't have to report on this because my colleague at UND, their transition, their football coach, they took our football coach in that transition, which made me have to look for another football coach. But I'm very happy to report that today we announced the hiring of a new football coach, a terrific individual who's going to take us in good directions. Supporting all the campus efforts for the presidential search and supporting Terry and others, I think we're prepared for that, and we're looking forward to the interviews there. And so with that, that's the end of my report.
Thank you.
I guess it being in Williston, we realize how dependent we are on the system, and I grow in that feeling every day. The governor's performance funding model since first year, somebody asked about what is student success. It's completion, and it's based on completion. So it's been a great educative driver for our institutions. Being able to talk to UND about emergency medical in our community, being able to talk to NDSU about how to respond to ag, having a team come from the University Systems Office to come and educate us in finance for a large number of employees. We're incredibly grateful to being a part of this system and the support.
I'm Margaret Dahlberg. I'm from Valley City State University. Dr. Shirley wasn't able to be here today, but he did ask me to mention two things about Valley City, some good news. First of all, we have received a $2.5 million endowment from the Leonard and Marjorie Wright estate, and that is 2 times as large as our the next highest gift, so we're very pleased with that. That money is going to be used for scholarships. And we are also posting the highest student FTE and headcount that we have had for spring semester ever this year. Thank you.
I think we're good. Motion to dismiss?
So moved.
Thank you.